di atla di phepa bao di pelo di phepa bao re sa tsholetseng sefatlago sa rona go diabolo kana re sa ikane ka tseo di le maaka ke ka mo re reng lona di khoro tsa bogologolo tsholetsagang pula di pelo tsa lona maAfrika mantlenyana me khosi ya khalalelo e tsene khosi ya khalalelo ke mang ke Jehova Rastafari daula leloko la Juda ke khosi ya khalalelo Yeah! Rastafari, King Selassie I at the feast. Let the peace pipe be smoked. Selah.
Thank you very much. 1, 2. Wait a little bit. Thank you very much. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yes, it's beautiful. I was just turning someone back when they were coming because they were representing a religion that has already been catered for. We are trying to be inclusive. Is there any religion that we have left? Here, religion. I'm not talking about individual churches. I think we have been inclusive, covered everything. May I please invite the Master of Ceremony for this session to come to the front and continue with the program. MC, thank you. Over to you.
I don't need this sound very tall. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, colleagues, friends, and everyone else who identifies differently. Welcome back to the national conversation that we have started in the form of the National Convention. We are very excited to be back here at UNISA, where we will continue the important work that started yesterday. However, before we start the day's proceedings, I just wanted to alert you that we will be waiting for others to walk into the hall as they complete registration and other administrative issues, and we will get on with the day's program once that is done. Thank you. However, because we are a people of music and song, I believe we can get warmer by song, no? The comrades who started really revolutionary songs yesterday might be in our midst. I am not vocally talented in that form. I do, however, open the opportunity for that to happen, if so will.
platforms that everybody
you, comrades. Thank you so much. Thank you for the fire that is going to keep us warm throughout the day. We appreciate your resolve and we appeal that we kindly settle down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues. Can we please settle down to get the program underway? Thank you so much. We are grateful for the music, but we do appeal that because it's the last day and we all want to depart on time, we do get the program underway. Thank you so much for keeping us warm and reviving that spirit of activism that joins us together this day. Comrades, colleagues, friends, and everyone who identifies differently, good morning. My name is Theto Takani Nariadi Mahlakwana, and it's my utmost pleasure to be back with you on the second day of the National Convention that marks quite a significant moment in the democracy of our country. And before we continue, I just wanted to remind everyone in the room and everyone at home about a slogan that was introduced to us by one of the organizations in the country, which goes by "Each one, teach one." And the reason I am signifying this slogan is simply because every deed, every action, the decisions that we make to speak while others are speaking, the decisions that we make to disrupt while others are speaking, are teaching others at home that this is the temperament that we want to have. And I believe that while we all acknowledge that we carry wounds, and research has repeatedly told us through institutions such as the CSVR that we are a violent nation, however, our actions simply demonstrate that message to those who we are trying to teach to be better citizens. I appeal to all of you that the principle of mutual respect be the air that we breathe, be the meditation that we keep in our minds and in our hearts every second that we will be engaging in this process, not only in this hall, however, in the 6 to 9 months that we'll be engaging in the national dialogues, that will be taking part in our wards, in our churches, in our traditional councils, in our village trees, and everywhere else where we ought to have these conversations. Let the spirit of unity, let the spirit of courage, let wisdom be the music of our hearts and of our minds as we undertake this important work. Because we as South Africans have chosen to take charge of our country through this dialogue. And as such, we should demonstrate that we are willing to do so in a way that is constructive. Without further ado, I welcome onto the stage my co-program director for the day, another talented young person who comes with the name Tudo Vilakazi, who we will hear from shortly as he comes to introduce himself and get the program rolling. And I think we can clap for him. He is young, he is enthusiastic.
Thank you. 1, 2. Dumelang, Sanbonani, Absheni, Huyamora, Molweni, Dimasheroni. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand in front of you this morning to kick off the second day of this national convention. As a young person in this room, I am moved and I am encouraged at an initiative of this scale that at its core aims to really get down to the deep and meaningful conversations that we hope that this journey that you will be embarking on with us will take us through. As you all know, we all know the problems of this country, and the onus is on us and everyone in this room and outside of this room to act. This journey is only beginning today, and a lot of engagement groups have been involved, and it is our hope that even more engagement groups will be involved. Ladies and gentlemen, this journey is for citizens, it's for labor and civil society, it's for our families, it's for business, it's for government, and we cannot stress enough how much this is a citizen-led dialogue. I stand in front of you as a young architectural professional who is experiencing the tides of change. And this is an urge to everyone in this room from all the corners of this country, especially the youth, that do not be discouraged at any skepticism, because what is about to come out of this national dialogue is something we have never seen before. And as I take you through the rest of the program and we embark on this journey, we'd like to begin today with an announcement in just taking us through emergency protocols. So to keep it short, I'd like to welcome on stage Ntate Titus Matswati. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to everyone. My name is Titus Matswati, representing Protection Services within the campus. I'm just here for a short briefing to say that in terms of Occupational Health and Safety Act 85 of 1993, it is very much important for everyone where is the emergency exit for this place. If you look up there, we have emergency exit. In case of emergencies, each and everyone is welcome to use emergency exit. And in case of any medical situation within the hall, let us not shout. Please raise up your hands. We will see you. We have medicals on standby that will be able to help. Even in case of emergency, people should not run. They should be able to walk. And those who are having difficulties, they should have just raise their hand, sit down where they are. We will attend to them. We are pleading to everyone to cooperate with all emergencies and all procedures within the institution. We thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Matswati, and I believe that that message puts everyone at ease. We will now be engaging in an audiovisual recording that gives us a testimony of what it is that South Africans expect from the work that we have started in this hall over the past 2 days, over yesterday and today, as we begin the second day. And we will just give the technical team a second to flight it so that we can hear from the voices that will be taking charge when these conversations continue as we shape the South Africa that we desire and the South Africa that we dream of.
everybody should be clear on this, is that it is a citizen-led process for citizen participation. So that means that everybody watching has to be engaged. We need to make sure that the national dialogue is accessible and is understandable for not just some South Africans, not just South Africans that are in tune with the politics of our country, but every single South African that wakes up in the morning to go to work, that buys bread, that is engaged in their communities.
One key policy that I think we can recommend is to have, I would say, what I would call a national youth coordination framework that can either be headed within the presidency or within the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, so that it brings all youth formations, irrespective of their different focus areas, but it coordinates our efforts, because most youth formations, they work within a silos approach. So we have to find a way to coordinate different youth formations.
For the future of the country really is, as anyone, equality and opportunities for everyone to grow, for the environment to be equal. Because we like flowers. We need to be in a space that allows us to thrive. And if we're all going to come from different environments where we all have different backgrounds, different stories, it's gonna increase that gap between us as a people, and we really need to come together, create that equality so that we could all in environments where we can thrive, where we all have equality, where there's justice for all.
The most radical change I want to see in our society is our politicians held accountable by the people who chose them to actually lead. My one hope for South Africa is to eradicate poverty. And I say this because, there's no nobility in poverty. It strips your dignity, everything, and, it leaves you in a state that you don't recognize yourself. And I've seen a lot of young people with a lot of potential, that, are just in dire situations because, they're just poor.
The first convention really is not going to deal with the substantive issues. It is going to deal with the process. How the other dialogues are going to happen in various districts in our country, in various wards in our country. So the first convention will then be choosing a steering committee that will take the work forward. We'll also get involved in planning how that process will evolve.
Thank you so much to the artists that put that video together. I believe that is worth a hand clap, no? No, we're not clapping. Please rise and welcome into the audience the acting president of South Africa, Ndate Paul Mashatile, as he walks in with the government delegation and other officials. And while the acting president and the team that accompanies him get settled down, I request that we all remain standing. We will be observing a moment of silence. We received news this morning that one of the delegates that were meant to be in the audience passed on. This is a convener from the Free State, Mme Bishop Mantwa-Tlhabedi Dichaba. We will be holding their family in our thoughts, while doing so, taking a step to remember the many who passed away, who were killed, and who died in many other mysterious ways, besides those who were openly shot down in front of the nation in Marikana on the 16th of August. And we say that we pray for further healing for their families. We pray for justice for those who are still awaiting justice. We will start our moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you so much. You may be seated.
So, a lot. Just come this side a bit. Perfect. So, a lot took place yesterday, and we are glad that this room is filled again with beautiful faces. And now I'd like to call upon Alexio Jacobs, who will take us through reflections around yesterday's program, the findings, and what went down. Alexio Jacobs.
Good morning. I'm not one of the eminent persons, so when you clap for me, I find it a bit strange. I think it's an extraordinary day when ordinary South Africans gather in their numbers and try to do something for our nation. I think it's an extraordinary day when Africans from all over the continent observe what unity and Ubuntu looks like. And so as we come to the close of the program today, as we have our final deliberations, I would like to remind you that we have a heavy burden on our shoulders today. We will start the national dialogue process. We will start the national dialogue process. And so as you deliberate today, I would like to encourage you to think about all of those who are not in the room with us. I would like to encourage you to think of yourself not as extraordinary citizens, but as South Africans. I would like to encourage you to think of what you could do to change this country, and ask you to please take that mandate very seriously. Today's program will look like what will be aired on the screen shortly. I'd just like to walk us through it. There have been some departures from what we had planned yesterday. It will flight shortly. You'll note that the session will be a bit shorter. We have done this because we realize that if people leave too late, it will not be safe to make it back home, and so this is in consideration of that timing. So we are going to skip over the arts performance as the arts crew is not here yet. We're going to move on then. My apologies. My apologies. There are devices. I thought that those were announced already. There are devices available in the foyer for translation. If you do not have a device as yet, kindly make your way to the foyer and you will receive a translation device. The translators are on standby. And in terms of a translation of the program itself, we do apologize. There were changes to the program made this morning, and so it's not available as the original program was in all of the languages. We will move from this segment of the program into report backs from the sessions, the lab sessions yesterday. The intention is to give you a sense of what was said in the room and what came out of those discussions, which were quite robust yesterday. We'll then move from the reflections of the lab into introducing what the citizen-led roadmap looks like. The intention here is really to explain what the task is in the coming months. We will be deployed across the country in order to start the national dialogue process, and so we'd like to explain how it is intended to unfold and for you to have further deliberations on that. When the roadmap is being explained, there will be an opportunity for question and answer, just to ensure that we are all on the same page about that process. Then after that, we will go into the dialogue structures and the proposed process to constitute a steering committee. This will indeed include some time to caucus. We know that this is a necessary and important part of the process today. So there will be a time between 11:30 and 12:30, just ahead of lunch, for caucuses. The intention is that these will be sectorally led caucuses. We'll then come back after the lunch break break into a plenary, and we'll then constitute the steering committee ideally. I would just like to advise in the room that this is your process. And so the outcome of this process will be what you tell us it will be as the citizens of the country. We'll then go into the dialogue commitments once that announcement has been made, and we will move to the closure of the program ahead of departure. So that's what the day will look like today. We do apologize for the non-translation of the program. We realize its importance, but we do ask for a little bit of grace as the changes were made just today. With that said, I'd like to invite our program directors back up to the stage.
So, one of the other things that makes me very proud of being South African is that as South Africans, we are not only a resilient people, but a creative people. As such, I hold a strong belief that our creativity can make a statement in our economy, and that the arts and culture sectors ought to be also at the forefront of this dialogue. I think it was Prof. Lushaba who once said, black people, African people, transmit knowledge through song and dance. And that in and of itself is a conversation and a dialogue. When a child is born, we sing. When we marry, we sing. When someone dies, we sing. When the state is failing, we sing. As such, song, word, poetry, and all of the creative arts is important in this revolution that we are igniting. As such, I'd like to call upon for an art performance by Banareng Arts Group on stage, who will render us exactly what I've mentioned, a load of creativity. Banareng Arts Group. Can we give them a warm round of applause as they come on stage?
Nang nam ta no no sa da. Yo anh. Ni to sa da. Oh. Wa no mo ti la. Ni to no mo. Ano na mo ti mo fi. Ma to ha. Di na sa ai ku. Pa sa sa. let's see the police instead of students. Police, yes, man. Oh, should I pull you out? Mina, should I call them out?
Tell them who made you not to shop in the morning. Back home,
King, are you encouraging them? Are you part of the team? No?
Yes, sir.
No, no?
Yes, sir.
Nah, you sure no?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Sir, it's all about food and Malaban. That's the one to take care of.
this guy here?
Yes, sir.
Whoa. Like a piece of boy. Who's your husband? Ah. Anyway. The wife, man. Why are you doing this? Why are you breathing? Yeah, I'm in kids now. Girls, come here. Go to grade 4B and call me, Lerato and Charlotte, please. I got you.
Yes, sir.
But, Bulong, I'm tired of the students. I don't want to see them in my school ever again. If they call out their parents, I'm done with them. California.
From the mouths of babes, art reflecting reality. I believe Ntatekani in the audience is quite confident of the amount of talent we have in this country. As we swiftly move on with the day's program, we will be reflecting on the citizen-led dialogue labs that took place yesterday. And among them were themes that a lot of this grouping that just performed reflected back to us in arts, from intergenerational trauma to issues of gender-based violence, to issues of the economy, jobs, and many other themes that you were part of those discussions in building ideas around. I welcome now to the stage Ntate Mazibuko Jara and Mayor Janelle Nodia to take us through those reflections and the outcomes of this very important work that sets the foundation for some of the ideas that will be spilling over into the many other conversations we shall be having.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You will forgive me on the protocol matters. I always fail, so I will not even try.
And I mean, what a tough act to follow. Like, this is the worst moment to go after that cuteness.
I hope the technical team can project the report from the Dialogue Labs.
So while they are getting the slide deck up for us, thank you so much. We are going to share some highlights, themes of the experiences of yesterday, and we just want to start almost with a warning that, remember, today will not be a conclusive report or anything. These are really highlights. We will share with you a report of the outcomes of the dialogues, and the major focus now was to have experience of the methodology and see what it feels like and to give feedback on that, even if that was not complete.
Enzio, we may have to call on you to check with the technical team or the projection. We don't want to start without you following the text of the report.
Yeah, Ms. Ibuku, I think we can start perhaps, shall we? Shall we start with the first slide?
I think we'll have to start, as Janelle is saying. So, typically in conferences, people go to labs or commissions, and then out of that would come proposed resolutions, either for policy or for programs of action. That's what most of us are used to. However, what we're presenting is quite different from that. We harvesting comments that came through that will affect the roadmap, that will affect the proposed processes to follow, but also the proposed methodologies. So please keep that distinction in mind. Our feedback is drawing from the Dialogue Labs, but also the expectation session. In the second slide, what we cover is technical people. Please move with me. I'll pronounce when we have to go to the next slide. So it should be the second slide now. Okay. So starting on bullet point 3, the labs recognized that a lot of the conversations will come as problem solving and as citizen action, which we want to emphasize as key features of our democratic process. And in fact, all of these have been taking place already in communities, in the different sectors we organized in, on a range of specific issues. What this reflects is the resilience of our society, and we want to incorporate those learnings into the overall process. The labs have indeed confirmed that in various ways. What happened in the labs is that a lot of substantive issues were raised, even to the extent of coming up as proposals. In our assessment in terms of the process design, what we propose is that those substantive issues and proposals must be integrated into what can become a draft problem statement emerging from this convention. In addition, some of the information also belongs to a tool we can refer to or regard as an information sheet, so that as people discuss after this convention, they have a reference point in the form of the problem statement and also in the form of the information sheets. Further, the material that the dialogue labs have surfaced can then also inform key discussion questions under each thematic area. So that is what we propose should happen to your contributions on the dialogue labs. The problem statement, the information sheets, and the discussion questions. As Janelle said earlier, then we will produce a complete report of the dialogue labs, which then will be available online for access and for wider distribution. Janelle, it's over to you.
Thank you. Oh, do we have another mic? Amazing.
Okay, so you go.
And my big apologies. There was protocol that I didn't observe, and I do apologize, everyone. So thank you. Next, we are going to take you to what you said excited you about the dialogue. And that was in that plenary session we did just before lunch. So really just a rough little aggregate of what you had said. So being heard and included. And this is really beautiful just to note and see and validate, because it speaks to the anxiety we feel to be heard. It speaks to how we often think we should sidestep, protocol or sidestep a way of doing that we know is actually the right way, but we are so anxious we won't be heard. So it just gives us that lens of the desperation of voices to be heard, and we believe that is exactly what this national dialogue is about. So unity and diversity, people-driven solutions, reset and change, action and implementation, and this came out all over the themes as well. We can't just talk, and we can't just talk as usual. It has to be a deep process where we transform and we generate, co-create new ideas that would help us meet and solve the complex challenges of today. And then youth and employment was also something to highlight and actually center in the way we move forward as a country. Just in that same session, we looked at the dreams, and that was very short. Everyone was tired. Everyone was really ready to go to lunch. And yet, what was really beautiful, what stood out... Oh, yes, please. Can we go to the next slide? I forget, I'm not managing it over here. So as I was saying, although everyone was hungry, this is what stood out in your dreams. And it's pretty amazing to know that even after everything we face, the desperation and the anger and the fear and the sadness and sorrow that's in this country, one of our big values is unity, and that is what's driving our dream. So just take a moment, take that in. That's the other things that came out from the dream: peace, implementation, jobs, corruption-free, equality, all very known to us. But if we keep this as our North Star, it might just help. Next slide. So we are going to quickly just scan through is it okay if we just finish this presentation? We are quickly going to run through the principles, the values that we shared with you. These are basic structures we want to start implementing in ways of dialoguing so that it's not just a talk shop. That is the one thing that everyone says, please, let us not just regurgitate. Let us not just talk in circles. Let us have a process that would allow us to move forward, hear each other, learn to connect in a different way, have meaningful, generative discussions that actually lead somewhere and that changes us as we do it, that heals us as we do it. So these were the tips, the 4 dialogue practices: listening, respecting, suspending, letting go of being right. That's probably one of the most trickiest things to do, but it's needed for us to actually hear each other, to let go of being right, and voicing, sharing your own perspective honestly and creating space for others to do the same. So we're not going to go through all of them, but we're just doing this to trigger your memory from yesterday, because we will be sending out a feedback form to hear your experience of these principles in action. So we have the things not to do, and often it's really a little bit easier to do what's conducive if you know what not to do. So watch out for blaming, watch out for being defensive and closing down. Watch out for staying triggered and then staying in the dialogue. What are the things that might help me to de-trigger or step out of that emotional realm to really, really hear the other person? And these are all the tips and tricks that we will also be teaching facilitators to help include in the dialogue process. Next slide. Again, using I statements, being curious, using open-ended questions. Very, very typical things that moves dialogue forward, but very hard when we feel so frustrated and so angry or so isolated. So it needs to be reinforced all the time by facilitators, by ourselves, as we take this work forward. And then the hot tips. Not sure if your facilitators had time to go through these, but it's really useful because often we trigger each other and we don't even know. We don't know. So when you know you are being triggered, someone said something and that really hurt, or it really made you angry. It might even be a little microaggression. You could stop the conversation just by saying, ouch. You don't have to go into it if you're not ready. But now the speaker knows they said something and they can investigate. Next slide. And then these were our values. These values, I mean, they're quite expansive. So it takes a while to read through them and really get into them. But the bottom line is that we hold a space, or hold a way of connecting and being in relationship and being in conversation that is inclusive to our emotions, that's inclusive to our state, that is trauma-informed so that we notice when we are triggering each other and what's needed in that moment. That's transparent, that's accessible. And of course, at the end of the day, that leads to transformative action. Not the same thing. We're not trying to do the same thing just in a different package. We need to be transformed through this process, through our way of communicating and understanding each other, to lead to a new type of action. We cannot just make our actions or our planning from our same wounded state where we don't understand each other. So healing, that's the bottom line. All our dialogues need to be geared for healing and hold the space for that to happen. Thank you. Next slide. And then before I give over to Mazibuko, you might have seen this in your pack. We didn't spend a lot of time on this because we didn't want to come in with all of these things, but this is what the facilitators will be trained on, just to give like a meta frame for the process, to make sure that it's not just a talk shop, to make sure that the group is taken through a transformative process as they are dialoguing. But it is super open-ended. So a facilitator, a person, community leader, a wife, a husband, a child, anyone can do a dialogue, anyone can lead or facilitate a dialogue. They can choose how they want to do it. So maybe you already have your favorite methodology. You can use that. You use that in the middle part, that transformative dialogue part. That's where you use whatever you want to use. But we've built a bit of a meta framework to make sure it's well held. We take people to the dreaming state, and we conclude with making new meaning and really driving into action and commitment from a new place, from a new transformed place after we've had that generative dialogue. So it's a bit of a meta architecture, very, very easy to follow. Please let me know if you want the backstory, because many, many years of research has gone into this. It's a huge multidisciplinary model that integrates so many different models that's rooted in Africa. And I get very passionate about this model, so I'll stop speaking now. And we can move on, please. Maybe just to say, sorry, we won't go back, but just to say that last bit, the action, that is the big thing that was missing in yesterday's labs. We did that on purpose because we didn't give you the full process. It was a little sample. You didn't go through that full beautiful meta architecture. And we hope to now complete that arc today, where we will be asking you to go into action and commit. How are you going to take dialogues into your community, in your area, in your family, your school, your place of work, etc.? So that is coming. We're closing that arc today. This piece we have changed slightly. Apologies for that. We thought we're not going to bother you to take out your mobiles and your phones again. We'd rather going to send you an email. And on that email, and it's probably already in your inbox, there will be questions on the values and the principles of the National Dialogues. So you get to say how you experience it and what you think. All right. I'm going to hand over to you.
Thanks, Jonelle. The approach should be obvious.
Excuse me, sir. After our presentation, we are finishing our presentation. We are going to finish this. Yes? Sorry, we can't hear, but maybe we can get this mic. What I do want to...
1, 2.
Okay, great.
Just very quickly, I do apologize, but it's very, very important. We had the presence of children in our commission. We had some young people and children expressing themselves, their voices. We noted that it's going to be very important to center children as part of this process. We do believe, as a key principle, child participation must be one of the key principles for this dialogue. They make up 1/3 of our population. Their voices is nice to hear in these forums, but often ignored and often neglected. We fear if we don't center them within your tools, in the tools that we're going to send out from here, that they will be neglected and they will be ignored. So therefore we appeal to this forum to make sure that children and children's participation is a key element and a principle for this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that, sir. And we do just want to say thank you, and we are not going to open it now to a roaming mic moment. Please allow us to finish this presentation that reflects what happened yesterday, where you participated for 2 big hours. Thank you.
Thanks, Comrade Patrick Solomons of Molosongololo. What you've just put forward is exactly the comments that came through from the Dialogue Labs. So you're making the point about the need for meaningful and substantive inclusion of children. That same point was made with reference to the traditional communities, the Khoi and San communities, people with disabilities, and quite a number of other communities that mainstream processes tend to ignore and marginalize. That point was made very strongly across a range of communities. As you can see, the process we're engaging in is to make the path as we walk it. So it's not a complete dialogue process yet. We've got a sample to experience how the tools are proposed. There's still going to be intensive training of facilitators. That training will incorporate the critiques, the proposals and changes that have come through from the labs. In addition to what Patrick has just spoken to, another example of a useful critique is the need to amend the tools so that they are appropriate for a range of communities, starting at street level, but not just geographic communities, the kind of communities Patrick was listing and the others I added. So the critique there is that the tools presented to the Dialogue Labs and the convention as a whole are largely for facilitators. And it's a huge omission that we did not take the samples of the tools to express how the dialogue could go further. So that is taken on board in what we're presenting. Next slide. Next slide. Rapid response slide. So what also came through from the dialogue labs is the need for implementation. Yes, we talk a lot of strategies in South Africa endlessly, but actually what we fail in is implementation. So the pillar on rapid responses is so critical. This particularly would be a major task for the Interministerial Committee, so that as we dialogue, but we also solve issues on an urgent basis. The second aspect of this is solutions from below, where grassroots initiatives are empowered with appropriate government support to enable those solutions, but also not solving issues in a disintegrated way, finding a way to integrate a whole range of interventions with a systematic logic. The youth focus is also a youth and children focus, so that actually young people can be affirmed in the process. And then when it comes to technology enablement, we recognize the digital divide in our country, and we have to work out solutions that ensure improved access to enable participation, but also to enable a rapid response. And then there was also emphasis on ensuring effective accountability, transparently, but also it's not just one-way accountability, it's multi-directional. And that accountability must also include swift responses. Next slide. And then themes coming from the labs around radical change, radical reforms, decolonization. How do we move beyond what we inherit from colonial and apartheid structures across education, economics, how we govern ourselves, and social systems? Two, again, putting the community at the center of the transformative project, away from initiatives from above, but rather initiatives from below, being the center of that community-driven logic. Economic justice is a loud call coming from across all the labs. Fundamental restructuring of ownership patterns of production and distribution. Also, when it comes to how we characterize ourselves in terms of values, asserting Ubuntu as a fundamental philosophy to organize ourselves with the community and the family as foundation units. But we must be careful here not to define family or community in ways that perpetuate oppression, that perpetuate exclusion. For example, the family is not father and mother in the male and female sense. The family is diverse. The family includes a whole range of structures across geography, across social space. Again, the point on accountability, I won't repeat it. And then also what came through is identity and social cohesion. The need to emphasize the fight against racism, against racial oppression, towards the vision of a non-racial South African identity, where we recognize our different languages, where we preserve our cultures, but in a way that is consistent with the Constitution. Again, the emphasis on implementation. When it comes to the pillar of rebuilding and healing the nation, Ubuntu was emphasized again across the labs. Again, the community-led aspect, and then the need to also buttress this on the basis of what comes through from our history. It cannot be kumbaya that actually dismisses histories of slavery, of genocide, of colonization, of apartheid, of exploitation. That history is our reality. That history shapes our communities. And that history must inform the logic and vision of transformation. A focus that also starts at the family, but also takes things to the next generation in a significant way, which speaks to the point that Patrick was making. We are a traumatized society. We cannot ignore multi-generational trauma. It has to inform the process of rebuilding and healing the nation. But at the same time, we're not just hurt, we're not just traumatized. In that trauma, we've also developed systems of resilience. So as we talk about trauma, we must also then bring to bear how communities have survived over time, what solutions they've developed, which is linked then to the point about cultural and spiritual restoration. We believe that then from the labs, there's also a strong message about trust and holistically integrating a whole range of these solutions. I will not go through this because of time, but what you have in this slide are the examples of proposals already people are making, which, as I said earlier, will then be turned into various tools, the problem statement, the information sheets, and discussion questions. Jonelle is coming over to you when it comes to the Rebuild and Healing Framework.
Thank you, Masibuko. I think in summary, what was probably the most beautiful thing to be acknowledged in those dialogue labs, was the common belief, understanding that healing is our way forward. In theme 7, we had a moment where we were grieving the dead bodies. This is something we all need to do. And if we come together in that understanding, our dialogues will be generative, it will be healing, it will be safe, it will be inclusive, and it will bring the actions we need to tackle these gigantic, complex issues we face. So I think we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you so very much for listening, but these were your voices. And please know we will be compiling a much more conclusive report, of course, and share that on the website with everyone. This is just the first step. The process has begun. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Next on our program will be a short breakdown of the citizen-led dialogue roadmap. So as part of this national dialogue, a set of toolkits have been prepared. Likewise, there's a roadmap. And that roadmap essentially leads us to the North Star of this convention and this dialogue that is aimed at radical change, rapid change, and healing our nation. I'd like to call upon Ansio, who will break down this roadmap, which to my interest and to your interest is aimed at a target of 10 million South Africans. And I agree with you, brother, that children ought to be involved in this process. And I'd like to iterate that this dialogue isn't only something that is happening in halls or in conventions. If there are ECD teachers in these spaces, if there are Stockville participants in these spaces, this dialogue ought to be happening in all those spaces, and there'll be a digital process as well that accompanies how we consolidate everything that comes out of this dialogue. Ansio.
I see that there's a question in the crowd. I am not the chair of this session. I know that there are several points that need to be raised. I've seen others stand. I'm going to ask the room for just latitude. We will take no more than two hands, and then we will stop it at that, because indeed, if we are going to start the dialogue here in the room, we will not finish today. I must share with you that I had the great honor at some point of chairing Fees Must Fall meetings, and so I know how this goes. Let's try and keep it brief, comrades. We've got a colleague on this side of the room. If we could please try and get her mic. And then, this was the second hand that I saw. I apologize. I see other hands, but I'd seen this hand as the second one. So I'm going to take those two, and I'll ask you to forgive me. I'm not chairing this session. I just need to share some information with you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nomalanga Ngonya from Sonke Gender Justice, also representing the Mpumalanga province in the GBV Council. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Okay, my name is Nomalanga Ngonya from Sonke Gender Justice. I also represent the Mpumalanga province in the GBVF Provincial Council. I think for me, My voice was not in that presentation as much as they are saying these were your voices. Our voices was not there. Perhaps they could have selected representatives in their themes to come and speak about the issues that were being presented there and not have someone speak on our behalf and dilute the deliberations. And because it defeats the whole purpose of us having gone into that, and I will not be comfortable with that being the report that comes or that is published on our behalf. And then secondly, I think if that is if the process of facilitation in the labs is the tool we are going to use in our communities, my question is, was there not an assessment of organizations that already have existing facilitation skills and tools? Perhaps we could look at engaging those organizations that are on grassroots level, support them, because some organizations have closed down and cannot continue implementation of programs due to lack of funding. Let's fund those organizations and have them use their curriculums.
Leadership, I would like to remind you, it's not a manifesto. I've given you a chance. Please, can you try and just keep it brief?
Enzio. No, it's just that, Enzio, I will not be comfortable going home and a report coming that we agreed to a tool that we don't agree on, and us not being given the platform to, speak out after that. So I think for that, I will just leave it at that. And yeah, thank you.
Okay. Hello to everyone. My name is Unongaedo.
Can I please ask for order in the room? Can I please ask for order? We are listening to the next speaker. I have not acknowledged anybody else. Okay. Thank you. I'm advised by the people in the room we will not have a response then in that instance. Thank you. You are kept. I've heard you. And I've also said we will not have the response then. Can we please go ahead?
Okay. I'm glad that Mazibuko and Nichonela are back on stage, because I am seconding most of what you were saying there, Nomalanga. I think we have to acknowledge that in that second slide, one of the things that is happening in this room and in the country is a trust deficit between the players of this dialogue or convention. Yeah? And so I was going to make a proposal. Yeah? It would have been right to have our thematic groups. We've started our own WhatsApp group, for example. We were already discussing who could possibly represent us on this platform, even if it's a 5-minute stint. Yeah? But it's fine. So we were suggesting that the rough documents and notes that were taken in our dialogues be put on some kind of public online platform so people can see the truth of what was spoken in those rooms. Yeah? And we would like that to please go up before the problem statement is put together. And now I'm being mobilized by the point of Garmalanga and saying, maybe the problem statement also is circulated to a group of us that can support the writing, so that it gives you the language of how we talk about these issues and try to address them. Yeah. My proposal around process, is that I actually think we must reconfigure the program and see if there is an opportunity for those dialogue labs to get a moment to do, even if it's a blitz feedback here. And then we rejig the PowerPoint before it goes back to our constituencies.
Okay. Thank you. I recognize that there are several hands in the room. I'm going to stick to my word. I said that there will be 2 hands in this round. What I'm going to recommend, Carton Tetis, I'll address the issue. So my suggestion then is that in the next segment we were supposed to have 1 hour of presenting the roadmap, so that we can all meet each other halfway. I will ask my colleague if we can shorten that to 30 minutes to allow for responses and engagement, but also to ensure that this recommendation can be adhered to. So we will shorten the next presentation to allow for more time in the program. We will then ask that our facilitation team ensure that the notes that were taken are visibilized somewhere and kept in a repository that everyone can access. And then I'm going to ask, in the interest of peace in the room, that when we have a response, that it be after the presentation of the roadmap, so that we move with the program a little bit and then everybody's voice has been heard. I know we won't be 100% happy, but I'm trying to keep everybody in the room okay. So comrades, you will be given a way to reply, but can we just move to the roadmap? We'll shorten it to allow for that input. Okay. I must tell you, when I chaired those meetings, it was rough. There were thousands that were angry. Okay, so in the interest of time, what we will do is we'll move to the presentation of the roadmap. If I can please ask the technical team to put up the document that we're presenting. I'd like to invite Nongululeko Mtambo to come and join me on the stage. We will share the presentation time and present the document. Nongululeko, just in the interest of protocol, we should not be that side. Okay. It's a great day to be a young South African. I think if the technical team is ready, we will present the first part. If we could go to the next slide in the interest of time. What we really want to present to you is the model that will be used during our sessions. The focus of the model will have 3 arms, and then we'll explain the roadmap. The first arm of the model is in this citizen-led dialogue impact guide, is the radical reforms. And I think that is what is being called for here in the room. There need to be some urgent and radical reforms. Those radical reforms in this process could be things like constitutional reforms, things like governance and electoral reforms, economic reforms, and social reforms. I was also reminded yesterday by one of the colleagues in the room that nothing stops us from calling for a referendum. The next segment is rapid response. This is what we are calling for now. GBV cannot continue when we know that simple things like fixing street lights will save lives. These are simple fixes that can be effected in a week or 2 across the country. So in terms of fast-tracking rapid response, the examples of fast-tracking service delivery. And the example that I just gave is one of those ways that we can do it. Social relief and disasters can have rapid responses. When there are floods, it should not take us 2 to 3 weeks to arrive on the scene. We need accountability and an end to corruption. There's a typo there. We don't need accountability and corruption. We need accountability and an end to corruption. Bopa, comrades, Bopa. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. If we can please go ahead. Leaders. Leaders, I would like to remind us that we are trying to save time because you would like time to speak. Thank you. The last segment of this map, it speaks to, can we please go back one? The last one is around rebuilding our nation. This is really around healing and trauma at the heart of it. The recommendation under Rebuilding a Nation is actions to build the nations, including social compacting, civic education, and community-led and civic action projects. So these are the three arms on which we would like to build the approach to the national dialogue process. I'd like to invite Nongululeko to present the roadmap.
Thank you so much, colleagues. So the beginning of the roadmap is where we are right now, which is the the first national convention. I wanted us to, we want to close it in a positive sense, and positive not being cheery, but with a plan of how we're going ahead. What are we constructing? How are we going to roll out moving forward? And of course, the next 4 to 6 months before what could be the second national convention. The first phase then, post this session, is going to be the citizen-led dialogues. The citizen-led dialogues are important because the national dialogue mustn't be reserved to this space. It is a citizen-led process, and thus the initiation of that must be also carried by citizens. So citizen-led processes can be within your WhatsApp groups, within your stockfiles, your churches, but also within your sectors. If the business sector wants to have a meeting, if civil society wants to have a meeting, so on and so forth. This is the grounding of a civil-led discussion. But also we're going to be having ward-based discussions. With the ward-based discussions, we're going to have at least 3 discussions in each ward with a minimum aim of 10 million minimum having been reached through both modalities. The second phase then is what I've alluded to, is the ward-based discussion. Again, the objective here is to roll out the ward-based dialogues and continue the citizen-led discussions. I want to emphasize that these are going to be running parallel to one another. Going on to what we're calling 4A, which is ward dialogue information consolidation, which I think this session has helped us with quite a lot in terms of how we consolidate this information. Because, of course, as we know, there's a lot of politics in reporting and recording. So bringing civil society, I'm sorry, I'm biased to my sector, but bringing citizens together rather, and everyone who participated in these wards to bring together their information, collate it, and have it available to the rest of the country. And then we want to have cross-cutting thematic dialogues, because ultimately the point of the national dialogue is not just to stay within your own silo, but to also go across the bridge. So civil society must speak to government. Business must speak to the to land and tenure and all of the people in that sector. I hope we understand each other here. And then in our 5th phase, we have our district dialogues, which the objective here is to turn citizen input and cross-cutting dialogues into what we're calling a people's compact and agree on outcomes. So the People's Compact is going to be constructed by all the views that have come in, and the creation of what we had called in draft, I suppose, a community action plan, because it's not enough for us to just have the conversation. We also need to create a plan for how the outcomes that we want are going to come out. And just to emphasize, the fundamental point here is that if the plan doesn't involve all of us, it's not a plan at all. Going to phase 6, we have the second national convention, where we are now presenting all of what has happened in the last 4 to 6 months. The objective here is to ratify the People's Compact. So the People's Compact doesn't just remain a document that happened, but an actual plan of how we're going to move forward in the as a nation from henceforth. And then finally, we have impact and feedback as a running loop throughout these processes. So things like facilitation styles, modalities, recording styles and modalities, as I think has been mentioned, how people keep spaces and the best practices that come from different organizations is something that we must integrate as an ongoing basis. And of course, getting feedback on time so that we can correct what needs to be corrected and emphasize on what's going right. I hope we are all together on this. Thank you.
Yes, please. So what we have done is we've really kept a very short presentation because we know that there are inputs from the room. I see the hands, I'm aware of them. So what I'm going to ask is that the way that the program is designed, if we could just go back to the program on the screen, please. I just want us to look at time. I see the hands and I recognize you. So if we go back to the program on the screen, currently we are at 10:45 or just ahead of then. This citizen-led roadmap presentation was meant to be presented until 11. Could I kindly request the organizing committee to please present the steering committee structure? If you could hear me, that the steering committee structure be presented in the remaining time in this hour. It would free up, in essence, another hour for us to speak. That we call on the team to make that shorter so that there is more time for you to speak. Otherwise, we will run out of time. So I know that there are some objections, and I see that there are objections in the room. So I'm going to try a very quick process. Can I please ask all of those in favor of a shorter presentation to increase the amount of time? Raise your hands. So on the basis of that, I see the majority of the room has raised their hand. Okay. In the interest of time, can I please ask those that are presenting the steering committee structure to come forward?
Hello? Hello? Good morning? Good morning? Okay, so first things first, let's get the show on the road. How many of you have come here to elect a steering committee? Please put up your hands. No, it's fine. Don't say no one, I'm asking. How many of you have come here to elect a steering committee? Please put up your hands. Okay, good. So we can all hear each other nicely, ne? Go back, please. I'd like you to go to the front slide. So that thing is wrong. It says nominating the steering committee. The language with the intervention of the EPG has been constituting the steering committee. So please step out of that normal role of winner, loser. Yeah? Okay, it's constituting the steering committee. Let's go. So there was a very reasonable request. Ms. Shabudin, this is answering the request from the meeting, that please explain to us what is going on here. Who is who in the zoo? You want the answer? No? So, what you have there is the eminent persons group. Then you have the interministerial committee. Then you have the national steering committee, the preparatory steering committee. So, the way we wish to evolve the structure, broadly speaking, is that you have the EPG, you have what we will constitute here as the steering committee, and then you have the interministerial committee. So those are the three components of the structure that we are constituting. Not nominating, so on and so on, but constituting. Next slide, please. Okay, so To date, this process, once announced, had a preparatory task team. And that was an interim structure. Its sole purpose, as we understood it, was to get us to this convention, to hand this process to you. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So we are here now. We are here now. There was a preparatory task team. It was restructured when certain foundations pulled out. And civil society, as you've heard, with the assistance of the eminent persons group, took the process forward for this convention to be the resounding success it is. Okay. Now, it has been assisted thus far by a secretariat, a very unfortunate secretariat. I feel sorry for them. They were given this job at the 11th hour, and that is essentially been the NEDLAC body, right? And they've stepped in to assist as best they could, I think, in a week to help us all be here and convene. All the other work that was done by the preparatory task team and its subcommittees has continued and will continue into the future. Modified, enhanced, augmented, made stronger, made better by you. Yes? Yes? Yes. It's your process, it's your dialogue. Next. Okay. There are principles that okay. So the principles have been established that the national dialogue must be independent, that it must have a consultative approach to ensure legitimacy, that it must be self-selecting. And I want you to just listen to some of this, please, colleagues. It must be self-selecting and self-organized. So there's a lot of difficulty that we have from our normal modes of operating and organizing. We both want to allow the largest possible participation, but that participation is grounded in some level of self-accountability, self-contribution, self-regulation, self-mobilization, and self-organization. So in this process, what we would like to do here today, what we need to do here today, is share with you the basic structure that we have. So we want to ensure that you are able to self-organize, self-actualize, self-mobilize. But also, remember, this dialogue is founded and grounded on principles of behavior, of conduct, of ethics, of values. We do not want to open ourselves up to being organized but unethical. We do not want to be accused of being mobilized but thuggish. The values of Ubuntu is the spirit in which we move forward. And we will divide ourselves from those who do not share our values. Let us be clear. This is a value-based proposition. And we must cohere, align, even as we disagree and argue. Agreed? Okay. Okay, so this is the bit that you're all excited about. Are you excited about this? Can you see yourself here? Can we see? So we have 20 I'm going to just sort of, there's 20 parts of this that are normal people. And then there's 2 parts that are other people. The 2 parts are at the bottom there. Unfortunately, it's not visible. It's political parties. Can the people from the political parties just raise their hands? If you're here as a political party, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, political parties, wonderful to see you. Great to be in the room with you. Always fun. Political parties are 21. Then we have national and provincial government. Okay, colleagues, so those are 2, they're not of us, ne? There's political parties one side, government one side. They have 2 representatives. Okay, now for the rest, it's you. Us, the people. Labor, faith, Khoisan, traditional, anti-GBV. Colleagues, yeah, HIV, AIDS, health, education, youth. Patrick, where are you? Don't tweet while I'm talking. Youth, thank you. Okay, academia, clever people, all the doctors in the house, are you here? Okay. Okay, colleagues, you're going to, so this is, how have we come to this list? We asked you to self-select. If you go into your groups and you find that you violently disagree with each other, or let me say, peacefully have strong differences, we would like your feedback. Okay, we would like your remember the principle. This is a guiding principle. We've done the best with the information you gave us. Okay, I see hands, they are not needed right now. I'll finish quickly. Okay, so what we are going to do is, if you are, sorry, are we together? Because you're going to shout at me for no reason later. Okay, 20 sectors, see if you find yourself represented there. If you do not, exactly the point I was going to make, do not lobby the room. Colleagues? 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 Okay. What we are going to ask you to do in an orderly fashion as you can, right? Please engage with where you feel most comfortable. If you feel that your group or grouping is not there, can you come to the organizing committee, and we will, with the support and guidance of the EPG,
That is segregation right there. From the beginning of this Congress, you've been saying we need inclusivity. And the inclusivity you keep on saying, the Khoisans, the what. I, as an African woman, feel segregated because as an African woman, I feel this whole conference is based on Western philosophy. And that's not what I relate to. So because I don't relate to that, we cannot keep going on like this if we want to fix South Africa. We as a human being, we need to get rid of race. Race is what has put us in this predicament, and we need to scrape that.
I completely agree with you. Okay, there's no grouping there that I think offends your sentiment. So colleagues, what we are going to do, okay, sorry. So these are the groupings. We are going to, in the program, if we can move on. To the next slide. Okay, so if you don't see yourself allocated in these sectors, there's a process where we can attempt to assist you. Then, colleagues, we are asking you to meet, right? In a designated space, we will share that. Okay, so remember I asked you earlier on, please listen carefully to those 20 sectors. Please then, in your self-selected group, go to that venue. In that venue, we will allow you to debate amongst yourselves.
Chair, it's pointless you said your segregated group. If your group is not noted, you must speak to the organizing committee. Just give me a minute, Chair. I came all the way from Cape Town, and so have many of us traveled. What is missing there is your disability sector, and what is missing there is your seniors. That is missing there, Chair. And we talk about the marginalization. I just want to concur with the last speaker. If we want to fix South Africa, if we want to move away from racism, then we need to make sure that this government removes the Population Registration Act. It's an act of 1950. It's an apartheid act. It needs to be removed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, colleagues, to reassure persons with disability, you are there as a group. So I'm going to...
Can we find out, Glenn?
Forgive me. Hello.
Hello, Glenn.
Hello.
Hello,
colleagues.
One last comment on the side.
Glenn.
One last comment on the side.
Glenn, is this convention married to the 22 names? How did we get to 22 names? Or that the steering committee must be constituted by 22 people?
Colleagues.
Can we, in our caucuses, make recommendations on the expansion of this steering committee?
We're going to just... Colleagues, we're going to move... Sorry, can I... In answer to your question, Nomboniso, was that you? Who was that? Hey? Okay, so colleagues, we're going to ask you to move into your groups.
Chairperson, you're out of order. You are out of order, Chair. We are in plenary here, and you are bringing a proposal. So if indeed it is a proposal as you say it is, then it should mean that as plenary we've got the power to entertain the proposal. If we don't entertain it, then it's dictatorship. So you must tell us if we are here to listen to you and clap hands, or we are here to participate. We are going to participate here. We are not going to separate. We'll engage you right here. Right here. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues.
Sorry. One last.
Wait, please.
I have seen everything you have put there. But I am concerned. I have been in these platforms before. And while I like the idea of putting through so many sectors forward, what I note is that in the Free State, people were told the day before by the previous office that they need to travel to Joburg or Pretoria. What I note is that most of the people here come from Gauteng and the Western Cape. What I note is that there's not full representation. Does not represent fully the 9 provinces. So if we are to caucus here,
Can you do it now? Can you tell them to stop handing out the mic? We're going to have... Andrew, can you assist with that? Colleagues, we are not going to allow this forum to descend into chaos. Okay. Wait, just hang on. Let's just see if we can get this thing going. Because, colleagues, you are going to be allowed. We are going to finish this presentation. Then we are going to open up for a short, structured conversation on all of the presentations you've heard. The overall idea is that you self-select your sector, that you are enabled in that sector to caucus, to present any presentations, any additions, any changes to the broader plenary. We are not going to be shouted at by one or two voices. We are going to allow people to meet. Colleagues, we are going to allow everybody to have an opportunity to input. Yeah. Go.
The mics are now off and you are frustrating me because now you are recognizing some but not others.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to ask everybody to sit down and then we're going to ask for a process where they can raise their hands.
Okay, can I start?
Yeah, we need to do that. We need to finish. There's one or two more slides.
Can I please just assist? Makabane, can I please just assist? Makabane, can I please assist? Makabane, can I please assist? Can I make a suggestion to help us along again? I think that it is important. Yes. 1 minute. Yes. Can I please make a suggestion that will help us get everybody recognized and will help us keep some order? Can I ask in the first instance that all of those that are wishing to speak, can you please raise your hands? First of all. The second one, I'm asking if you can please raise your hand and take your seat. Once you have taken your seats, we will go through a structured process of recognizing the hands around the room so that everybody can be heard. Can I please ask, Ma, that you take your seat? I've recognized you already. I'm just asking that you take your seat. Yes, I recognize the hands. And I'm asking that we just take our seats to keep some order so we can hear each other. I'm recognizing that there are several hands. So can I please just make a proposal to the floor on how we navigate the hands and then we can move to the questions. My suggestion is that we try to get 2 hands according to the blocks and we can go around the rooms so that every block can be heard. My second recommendation is that we ask the room to assist us. I will use a timer on my phone so that each speaker gets 2 minutes. That will ensure that everybody can speak. It is a proposal. I see that there's a recommendation for 1 minute. I recognize you. I ask you just to recognize me too. Colleagues, I recognize all of you in the room, but if I cannot speak, we cannot move. So there has been a response that asks for 1 minute. I recognize it. Okay. We will use the same process again. Those that are in favor of 1 minute, please put up your hand. Those that are in favor of 2 minutes, please put up your hand. So it will be 1 minute per speaker. Can I ask the tech team? If you are able to assist me with a timer on the screen? Can I then ask for everyone in the room to please pay attention to this part? If I find, as the chair of this session, that you are disrespectful to a speaker who is on the floor, I will pause the session and ask you to please vacate the room in the interest of order. We will now start the process of recognizing block by block. Again, I would like to reaffirm that each block will only have 2 speakers per round. That means that if you do not speak in the first round, I will come back to the block that you are sitting in and allow an opportunity in the second. Can I then say that we will do something methodical that will ensure that some people are not waiting until right at the end? We will go to the blocks in the furthest parts of the room first, in the back of the room. Then we will come to the front of the room. Then we will go to the next 2 blocks and come back to the front of the room. Does everyone understand the modality? Thank you. I will now start at the back of the room on either of the external blocks. I'm going to ask the runners, can we please have 1 mic on this side of the room and 1 mic on this side of the room? Can we finish the presentation? Yes. Now, as we've already indicated, we will recognize each other and respect each other in this session. So I'm now going to ask you to bear with me for 2 minutes. The reason for this is that if you have not seen the whole presentation, you cannot respond to it. So I'm going to ask for the speaker to be brief, to share the remainder of the presentation, and then we will start with the round of engagement. Is that acceptable to the floor? Thank you. Glenn, please keep it short.
Can we go to the, I think we've covered this slide. Can we go to the next slide? Do you want me to restart on the slide, colleagues? Next slide. Okay. So, in your sector consultations, the advisory is that you appoint a chair as one option, that you confirm that you are happy in your sector, and that you record your details. Okay, sorry. So the process suggested is that you appoint a chair and a secretary in your sector, that you confirm that all the attendees are from that sector. Then you can recognize or note all the details in a form in the nomination pack. You can then discuss anything. So at that point, if the sector that you're in is not the sector that you believe is, or whatever your issues are, you can then debate that. Our proposal is, the next step is that you can see in your consultation whether or not you are able to reach consensus. So the first prize is, are we a sector? Are we all happy with ourselves? Are we willing to take the responsibility of being on the steering committee? If you are, you can proceed to agree on a nominee. If at any of these steps you feel that you can't reach agreement, you can also bring that back. But we are asking you then to propose within a defined timeline and defined process how you would come up with a representative on the steering committee. So within yourselves, you will agree, yes, we are the sector, we accept the broad principles of the national dialogue, we are willing and we are able to take that responsibility, we are happy to put forward this name. If you cannot reach agreement or consensus, please give an alternative formulation which you can report back to plenary. Is that acceptable? Colleagues, that is almost, I think, the end of the presentation. The last slide is a logistics note for yourselves to know which rooms those sector consultations will happen in. We will avail ourselves to assist or support as required, and our understanding is that your first step then is to confirm yourselves as a sector, agree if you are willing to take part in the dialogue, accept the dialogue, values and principles, and then if you are able to agree on a nominee. If you are not, you can do an alternative process which you can suggest to us. Or you can even submit 2 or more names. So this is in your own space. You may say, we want to do this differently. We might want to have 2 or more people, and we would like a process of our own to determine our representative. Okay, so we are happy with that process for your self-selection in constituting your representative. Anzio, the floor.
As I promised you, we will now proceed to the question session. I will recognize 2 per block, in the first instance starting at the back block. I would also like to recommend, though I will not enforce if there is a pressing matter, that we try our level best to focus on what is in front of us. Because if we go too far away from this, we will struggle to move forward for the rest of the afternoon. So, again, I will not stop a speaker if they are not speaking on this particular point, but I do encourage you to focus on the document that is on the screen. I would also like to start by saying that there have been interventions made in the room and responded to already. I myself am from the children's sector and observe the request that has been made from the children's sector. I know the sex workers sector and observe that request too. And so what I would like to ask in this process is that because those points have already been recognized, can we please not repeat them? They have been heard, and there has already been agreement that they will be separated out in the sectoral processes. I would also like to encourage you that if your sector is not on the screen and you are unhappy about that, please can we then ensure that the ZK Matthews Hall will be the holding space for those without sectoral spaces, and that particular cluster, if your sector is not represented, will come to this block when we go into the breakaway spaces. In that way, if your sector is not represented and you are feeling unhappy, you will have the opportunity to bring that challenge here, and it will be included in the sectoral list. Are we in agreement? I again want to remind us of our principles of respect. We will respect speakers when they're on the floor. If we do not respect the speakers that are on the floor, I will request those that are being disrespectful to exit the venue. Okay, we are going to start with the group that is furthest at the back. I see that there is a cane in the air. Can I please ask the person who's holding the cane up to be recognized first? I do not see a second hand in that block. Can I encourage, okay, I see a second hand at the back of the block. Can I also encourage that if there is not a second hand in the block, please do not put it up just to speak, so that we can move, we can always come back in another round. I recognize the first speaker. Baba, can we please get a mic to the side of the room? Yes, yes, I recognize him. He's not in that block. I do recognize the speaker that is in the wheelchair. I have recognized you.
Greetings, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Siabulela Lucas.
Sorry, Siabulela, Bab Siabulela, can I just ask for your patience for 1 minute so we can get a timer? Just that was my agreement. I said there would be a timer. I will put it on my phone. Baba, you can go ahead in just a second. I apologize for the delay. We are giving a timer of 1 minute, and that 1 minute will start momentarily. Okay, Bab Siabulela, you can go ahead.
Thanks, Siabulela Lucas from Disabled People South Africa. Yeah, comrades, what I would like to actually urge the delegates here, to recognize and understand and appreciate the opportunity that we've been given. Let us allow to be led. Let us allow each other to observe leadership. Therefore, we can be able to commit to this issue, this process, and be able to get to the most important part of what we are here for. The people who are representing here back at home need to get this part. So if we then stall this process, we will then be going against what we are here for, which is to represent people on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I recognize the speaker that's in the second last row of that block with the white headrest. If we can please go ahead. Has the mic made its way there? I recognize you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Chairperson. I thought maybe we were covered, but now that I hear that sex workers are also as a sector, I had thought that my sector would be represented, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in the small, emerging, and informal economy. And my sector is cannabis, manje. So I'm just wondering, Chair, should it also get a special attention, because I think it deserves. Thank you.
You are recognized. Can I please say on this point,
Can you maybe ask them to put the slide with the sectors on behind you, so as people speak, you can just...
can I please ask for some order? I recognize the point has been made. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the name of the sector. I have already indicated if your sector has not yet been recognized, can you please make your way to this block when we break for the sectoral convenings? You will be recognized then. I have now since heard the sectoral name, and I thank you. Can we please move to this block? The first speaker... my leader, can I please say I've recognized you already, but I've also shown the methodology. We will go block by block, and you are in that block, so I will recognize you when I come to it. Can I please ask the speakers in this block, I recognize that there's a hand at the back, there's a second hand in the row just in front. It's not this block's turn yet. Thank you. Can we please go ahead? Just sorry, 1 second, I'll put the timer on.
Hi, Speaker. Just quickly, focusing on what's on the screen. I think it was the last section, 22, but I find it very, very concerning, especially with yesterday as well, where the environmental justice section was put with land section. To have in little brackets there, alongside human rights, governance, etc., and then in brackets, the only one out of everything there, the environment. I'd like to remind everyone in this room that we all rely on the water in this country. We all rely on the sun for our fields. And we all rely on our rivers, oceans, etc. for tourism and a variety of other things. And for that to be put in its own little section amongst all of these very big human rights, governance issues is going to mean that the environment once again is excluded and put in the back of the conversation. And as a youth, we don't stand for that. Thank you.
We are moving. We recognize that the climate sector and environmental justice sector is not sufficiently represented, and we have made a note of that. Again, what we will do in this process is make a note of all of those sectors and ensure that they are captured. Can we please move to the next speaker?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nokalo Mfotwa. I'm a youth activist, and I'm also with Fossil Free South Africa. But my comment was to caution against going too far in extending the number of people that end up in a steering committee, because I feel it would render us ineffective. A steering committee that has too many people will end up not making any decisions, not taking any actions, not implementing anything. So as we look for our inclusivity, and because we do want the inclusivity, but we should be careful to not go too far in extending it and end up with 50 people that never reach quorum for any decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we now move down to this block? As I have said, we will go block by block. I see one hand, I see a second hand. I said 2 hands per round. You are recognized. Can we please have the speaker in front? There is a microphone on its way on that side of the aisle. Can we please assist with the microphone? I apologize, you were not recognized in this round. I will come to you in the next one. The speaker at the end of the row was recognized.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nkosikazi Nondumiso Nopongongonyama from the Abatembo Bagatalingebwe Tumtata. I'm a senior traditional leader. My concern was around the roadmap. I've got an issue on that one. According to the statistics, the land under the traditional leadership is made up of 74%, according to the stats. And we are talking about villages. When we talk of villages, and then they are very vast. Now, if we are saying the dialogue should be conducted in accordance with wards, it means I'm at Ward 19. Ward 19 is made up of 32 villages, which are 100 kilometers away from each other. So I would recommend that we talk of Amakomkulu, we talk of Indawo Zenkosi to hold these dialogues for village people. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Chair, I have a question and a comment / recommendation. The question
sorry to interrupt your word. If I could please ask for order.
Yeah, the question, because we see there's a problem with this selection of steering committee selection, which I understand why. Is the fear from the people that they will be represented by the incompetent people. They do not even know. Because remember, the caucus is something that we'll be organizing right here now, which means we'll be electing people that we do not know their credibilities and their abilities, even their experience to lead us in each and every sector. So the question, what is the rush to this election of the steering committee? Remember, the president has just opened the national dialogue officially. So now the comment and the recommendation is that why don't we do the bottom-up process of electing the steering committee, which means starting from the wards. Because the wards, they will be electing people that they know, and then going to the district, going to the national. Thank you.
Nungu, you are capturing? Thank you for your patience and thank you for your order. It is allowing us to move quickly. I recognize again the speakers in this block. I've announced the order in which we'll do this. I'm coming to you. Can I please now go to this block? It's the front row block. If there are any speakers from this block, please do raise your hands. It's this block at the end. I do not see any hand raised. We will move. Can I please then ask the speaker in front to be recognized first within that block? And then there's another hand that's towards the back in the fourth row, I think. If that will be the second hand, I will come back again. Baba Ngagbon.
Thank you. The issue I want to raise is that this dialogue is a reflection of the space disabled people hold in society. We are in a room that is trapped with ableism, that disabled people cannot even move freely. For example, the very platform that you said people will go to that block, disabled people who are even wheelchair users won't even be able to go there, which tells you exactly the muted voices. Yesterday, I could not participate here because I was trapped in a hall with stairs and I could not even be allowed to come here because there was nothing to bring us here. So our voices were present but muted whilst present, just so that this hall can say disabled people were there to decorate with their chairs, but their voices were not there, was not present. And I hope that as we move forward with this dialogue, when we go to these areas and the villages, that it will be in venues where disabled people can be able to air their voices. Because at the moment, I cannot shy away from the feeling that I feel like a stray dog or a stray cat who just roams the road and seen as a nuisance. And even when fed, it is fed not out of care, but of getting the rats out and making sure that there is a ticket box exercise. Our voices are not heard. I just want to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you. You are recognized, Speaker. We are sending a microphone to you. Your 1 minute will start momentarily. There at the back. Usher, if you can go, it's the person with the black shirt. There, the row you're at. Here, the person standing.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Sisapam. I just want to say broadly, we welcome the process of self-selection and self-regulation because we are here today. You can see that this process of electing without selecting are unable to insulate us from political grandstanding. So we must at all costs try, as we represent the broader society, insulate ourselves from that. But we must also appreciate that this is a process and we must, on an ongoing basis, outside of the steering committee, generally as the public, make sure that we enhance the process because all other challenges, we will see them as we go on. But we must make sure that we insulate ourselves from political vulnerability so that this process becomes a rooted process of the people. Because the people at all material times must and shall govern. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for your cooperation. We can now hear many voices. I'd like to move to this row, this block next. The comrade here in red in the front, and then if we could go at the back row, the second last row.
Thank you so much. I'd like not to be addressed as a comrade because many of us here come from different institutions and we wouldn't want to be associated with an organization that ranks number 16 as most corrupt in the world. While we can sit here and discuss as South Africans, we must understand that when we leave, we go to communities where there are people who shouldn't be here in South Africa, who are causing chaos, who are running amok, killing people, raping children, the children that died in Soweto, the people that died in Merimi squatter camp. We are having our people being killed and raped by foreign nationals. And that should also be the topic because those people are in South Africa relying on the South African taxpayer and they shouldn't be here. Can we also have that topic? Because it is the burning topic globally. It's not even just the South African topic. Can we have that topic about illegal immigrants who are here in this country running amok and causing commotion to South Africans?
I would like to, before we move to the next speaker, Baba, I recognize the speaker in the second last row. So if we could please start there, we will do another round. Can I please ask for order in the room?
Thank you, Chair. My name
before
is
you go
Eric
ahead,
Mufane.
Speaker, if you could kindly give me a second. Can I please ask for order in the room? We have agreed as House rules that we will not heckle each other. It does not matter what the point is that the Speaker is making. Whether you are in agreement or not is irrelevant. This is a people's dialogue process. Citizens will lead regardless of their opinions. So I will let it go this time, but the next person to heckle, I will ask you to remove yourself from the room. Can we please proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Eric Motswane.
Sorry. Can we please have the mic just a bit louder? I'm struggling to hear.
This is fine now. Thank you. Good morning, Chair. My name is Eric Motswane from Saboa, South African Bus Operators Association. I realize that public transport is a bit conflated. I request that the public transport sector be a standalone item for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. This is noted. I will again move in the order that I have indicated already, so we will come to this block next. I know that there have been two hands that have been up the longest here, so I will recognize this speaker first, and then you will decide between the two of you. Thank you. I will recognize the second speaker. I also recognize that our EPGs would like to speak. I would like to ask, in the interest of order, that we do it in the order of the blocks that we are moving in. If we could please just hold on. There is another speaker here who I will recognize. I've seen the hand already. This speaker is reliant on the interpreter, and so I also recognize that. If I can please come to you in the next round.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Sihle Sibisi, Kwanele Foundation. I saw on your slide there you wrote woman/GBV. Can we educate you? It's not just GBV, it's GBVF, gender-based violence and femicide. And for you to say women/GBVF is wrong because it happens to all genders. So it cannot be put in isolation. I wanted to raise the issue of one issue that I think our government needs to radical reform and rapid response to is the regulation of churches and traditional leaders. I'll make an example. I am an educator by profession, so it means I am ruled by South African Council of Education, which is a SACE. If a medical doctor does something wrong, their board takes away their certificate. Can our government accelerate the regulation of churches and traditional healers? Because you know what happens? A man of God, a man of the cloth, or a traditional healer will be accused of a crime. They'll be arrested, they will go to court, they will get bail. When they come out, they stand on stage back in their church, they cause secondary victimization to their people. How do they do this? They will say, I was in prison, my God vindicated me. And then the very people will say, touch not my papa, my daddy, my anointed. So the reason for regulation is to make sure that if a man of God or a woman of God or a traditional leader is accused of a crime, they must have a body to report to. And then a certificate must be removed to say, until you are found not guilty, you must not be standing in that church preaching anywhere until you are found not guilty. But the sad thing is that the reality before us, the elephant in the room, our government is lagging with this because they rely on mega churches for votes. So these mega pastors who are doing these gruesome crimes, you will lag and slack behind because right now it's voting season. We are approaching it. So you're going to turn a blind eye to them. And another sad thing,
I apologize
corruption
for
is within us here.
I apologize
Corruption
for
is within
you.
us here.
Your time
when we spoke of corruption, that our government, there's corruption within them,
Speaker,
we saw our DP walk out.
Can I kindly
what
interrupt
about the
you?
monies in the mattresses?
Speaker, can I
What
interrupt
about-
you, please? I'm asking
so
you in
much.
the interest of time. I have intervened, and I will remind speakers again that I will ask for you to be removed from the room if you do not observe the time limit. I understand we are here to represent our issues, but we should also respect one another. I have recognized the next speaker, but if I can please ask for a 1-minute break. Before we go there, I just need to hear what I'm being told from the floor. I would like to move to the next speaker. Can this mic please be, it's on?
Thank you very much. My name is Colette Litlujani. I'm with the Human Rights Institute.
Sorry, Ma'am Colette, can you please give me a moment? You are recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Colette Litlujani. I'm with the Human Rights Institute of South Africa. I would like to say that I thank you for what you are doing. I think the leadership role that you are playing has saved us from frustration. And I would like you to maintain this, to do this without fear, independently, because we have nominated you to stand there and represent us. So this program must run orderly. Those who are coming to present, let them present and not assume your roles because you are a chairperson. Chair the proceedings as you are doing. So that's what I wanted to acknowledge. So the important thing that I wanted to emphasize is we need to remind ourselves all the time that we are here because of collapse structures of the civil society, government institution, and corruption is one of the cancerous problems that we have faced, and we should not leave this place babysitting it. I was concerned when I saw our own deputy president walking out with this delegation. Such situation, how are we going to talk about restorative justice? These people, should they fear that their issue is not going to go anywhere? We're not going to be addressing. So we need that kind of respect because we are dealing with the ills of our nation. So we should not leave it. It has destroyed our social fabric and so forth. The other issue that I want to bring, the last one, persons with disabilities. We need to recognize persons with albinism. Albinism is not disability. My colleague has been sensitizing me. Let's see how we incorporate that so that they speak for themselves. And the elderly do not have a voice and they need to be represented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm moving to this block next. I also recognize the speakers in the other blocks. Again, I would like to refer to the model that we are using. We are going block by block. I'm recognizing this block. If I could please recognize the speaker in the front row whose hand I saw first, and then the second hand I saw was in the back row in the middle. Can we kindly go in that order you are recognized?
Sawubona unjani. Comrade Chunara from the ANC. I just want us to be very wary of grandstanding and anti-revolutionary tactics. I also want us to commend the organizing committee for bringing this vitally important dialogue to us, the people of the Republic, in the University of the Republic. And let us all do our absolute best in our respective fields. Inkosi siyabonga.
Thank you again. I would like to remind you that this is going to be a respectful session. Can I please recognize the speaker in the middle, in the back row? That is the speaker I have recognized.
Thank you very much.
Tolo Tata, I was not recognizing you, but the person next to you.
Sanbonan Tembangashe. A point I would like to put out there is that we need to acknowledge the placements and the main reason why we are here, and the failure for participation on some of the parties that were invited. But in Tengfunasi Kulumoguti, we have a duty here, is that we need to focus and we need to acknowledge the responsibility we have for yesterday and today. And we need to be present when we are presenting our solutions, and we need to pinpoint the most critical issues of our nation. And also remember that we can't fix all 10 of them at one time. At least we need to prioritize at least 5 that we can start with, like empowerment, like the infrastructure that is falling apart, that you guys are talking about. We need to focus on community safety. We know when we sort out this one will automatically repair itself, like the crime. What if we create employment? What about the crime rate? You know, we need to come up with solutions. Solutions. That's to the youth. that is representing the next generation, my generation. So we shouldn't be here. Let us be realistic. We can't focus on all 10. At least 5 for now, and then another 5 as time goes.
Thank you. I will now move to this block at the back. I recognize the speaker that is sitting on the stairs, and then I recognize the speaker that is here in front in the green.
Can I go? Yeah. Good morning, sisters and brothers. I'm Fatima from the Cape Flats Women's Movement. And so thank you to the people who thought through the process. So there's 2 suggestions from my side. My one concern is because we're choosing our representatives in sectors, we don't have an eye on what that steering committee will look like when it's collated. No, so I'm concerned about issues of gender and age. So if we look around the room, the average age is, I think we're in our 50s here. And the majority of, also, apologies to the people not in their 50s yet, but it's a, comrades, the point I'm making is,
can we please protect the speaker?
Sorry for offending people. The point I'm making is we live in a country with the biggest demographic is young people. No? So I want us to use the opportunity of the steering committee to bring young people into the process. And my proposal is that every person who gets elected has to co-opt the young person from their sector, and that person shadows the process. So I've heard the concerns about making the steering committee too big. The youth delegations don't have to be a formal part of the steering committee, but in a way, you know, we're nurturing I'm assuming lots of this will be online in any case. And so my second suggestion is that after the nominations come through, there is a review of the steering committee for composition. I'm very concerned that we're going to get a lot of men on this committee, or women will be excluded, and so on. So I do think there must be a process afterwards that gives that body the mandate to co-opt people on to represent geography, race, gender, age, because these are the things that matter in our country. We can't leave it to chance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the speaker in the green jacket at the 3rd row.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Comrade Enzio, for holding this space for us. We appreciate it. So my name is Bongiwe. I'm with the Hlanganisa Community Fund. My understanding from about this convention was that we were going to be coming here to put the building blocks for how the dialogue is going to unfold. I think one of the things we have started to do is to start to put the issues through the sectoral representation. I think I would like us to just reflect on whether this is the space to start thinking about sectors and how we divvy up, you know, the different sectors, the representation, and so on and so forth. I would like us to spend a bit more time thinking about some of the principles that are going to underpin this dialogue and how people get consulted. I would like to think that the sector representation does not mean that the sectors that have not been nominated and represented will not be consulted. And therefore, for me, the question of inclusivity is not how big the steering committee becomes in terms of sector representation. The question of inclusivity comes from how are we going to reach out through those thousands of dialogues that we're talking about. How are we going to ensure that the voice of those people or ordinary South Africans are actually heard and not necessarily through the sector? Just the sector representation. Thank you, comrades.
I would now like to go to the next block again. I would like to articulate that I have not skipped anybody. This block has not been recognized yet. So I'm recognizing this block next. The speaker in front, I had recognized you earlier. If you could please go first. And then the speaker just in the middle of the row, if you could please go next. Yes. So you will be the second speaker.
My name is Nelly Kwedi, the founder of Uphakamandota Foundation. Yazi, English, sorry for those who can't understand the English. Right now, sifakwe potileni, safakwa yafakwa amaphepha yafakwa isanti sahlohlwa yavalwa yogqaywa emanzini. It's like we are asked to heal. So abusive relationship whereby your husband who is better, the same perpetrator is coming back and say, please baby, heal. Sizawuqala dialogue right now. The same government who's abusing us is the same way also leader this dialogue. Because ngeli xesha bazabe bekhetha ngalabantu kuzawukhethana naphakwa government. Sibuye thina sithi kubhlungu apha. How do I tell you kubhlungu phi kodwa nguwe ondibethayo? Awundingombi xa ugqibona ungomba uphinde uthi ncede nkosikazi ndiyakuthanda. Okokugqibela, I'm not sure whether I'm angry or I'm hurt. Udeputy kuthethwa nge-corruption, then he's leaving the room. And as nobe uyasidelela okanye akasihloniphi ndisayikhangela kodwa ndikayifumana apha ikhoyo. Kule ndawo ndikuyo ndithi masingabi muncu bethu nana, masingadlalwa ngugovernment, mangathi apha uzosihila amanxeba kodwa nguye wenzileyo. Enkosi.
Can I please have order ahead of the next speaker? Can I please have order ahead of the next speaker?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm not going to add to your stress. As David Abrams from the Cape Crime Crisis Coalition. So, Chair, there are just three proposals that I want to make. The first is, Chair, just read the room here. There's a lot of people that are very distrustful of top-down stuff. So, and a lot of the way things are presented, maybe it's not your fault, gives that impression of top-down. So just be aware of that. The second thing, Chair, is I think we all know that the real work isn't in the National Steering Committee. It's what's going to happen on the ground in the areas that we come back. There's this focus on the Steering Committee. I'm not quite sure why. So the second point that I haven't heard people talk about or give any guidelines about is about how is the national dialogue process going to be constituted at a provincial level, at a local level? Is this National Steering Committee going to be reproduced? The sectors, we haven't heard anything about that, right? Because at that level, there's actually the space to increase the sectors massively and so on, to disaggregate sectors and all of those kinds of things. So give that space. The second issue that you must do is, and this is to the EPG, give people at the local level the space to design our own processes. Don't come here. Now those, that stuff that you presented are guidelines. Those are guidelines. We're going to go back and we're going to design our own process that suits local conditions. Give us that space to do that. Don't mother us from the top. We're not going to like that. We're going to oppose that. Ne? Just give us the space to do that.
Thank you. I am now going to go to the next block. I will then come to the middle block and end with a block in the middle, at the back in the middle. So in this block, if I could please recognize, Sis Brenda, I see your hand, but you'd spoken already today, so I'm going to the speaker behind you. And then if I can have the student in the back of the hall.
Thank you.
I have not forgotten anybody. I do apologize to the speaker. I am trying to ensure that there is equity in the room and each block gets the opportunity to speak. I have already said that I will return for another round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pindile Koza. I'm from Mpumalanga, Bushbuck Ridge. I'm from the CSF in the women's sector. Okay, firstly, can we request that you please add the men's sector? Secondly, I just feel like the confidence that we had and the excitement that we had when we were coming here has been taken away from us because the process seemed to be limiting us. the process seemed to be guiding us as to what we need to say, how we need to say it. I sensed this, I had this feeling yesterday when we met in the labs, that the things that, like, they have structured everything. It's like everything has already been figured out for us. And remember, we are still going back to our communities to have these dialogues. So if we don't have that confidence that this process is going to be fruitful, that this process is worth taking place, then how are we going to have the confidence to go and have these dialogues back at home and convince our people that whatever we're talking about will be addressed and things are going to change? So I just want to plead that, can we please be given a space to express ourselves, so that, because we have already had discussions back at home and we already know what we want to talk about. So if you're going to limit us, then you are putting us in a bottle. Thank you.
Before I recognize the next speaker, I have received a note explaining the departure of the acting president. I would like to share it with you. If I can please ask for the same respect I am affording you. If I can please ask for the same respect I am affording you. If I can please ask for the same respect that I am affording you. I see that there is not an appetite for the response. I so will ask the team to disseminate the message on SMS, as we have that function available to us, and we will proceed. If we can please recognize the speaker.
Okay.
Can I please ask for us to respect the speaker?
Greetings to everyone that is here, all the elders and the youth. My name is Leshabela Sandra, and I am the National RCL President, representing each and every learner in the Republic of South Africa. You know, Chair, representing the youth, we feel very disrespected. This is supposed to be a dialogue. Now, let me emphasize to you what a dialogue is. We speak our
if I
concerns.
could please ask for you to pause. Can I please ask that we give her the opportunity to speak? Thank you.
We be given an opportunity to speak and raise our concerns, and then the particular person in which we are addressing these concerns to listens. Now, this is one thing that the ministers and the head of state of this country needs to understand. They are living off a salary that they are paid by the people of the Republic of South Africa. So the least that they could do is to sit in and listen to the concerns of the people of the Republic of South Africa. Chair, I want to oppose to what the gentleman there at front said. He said we should say at least 5 things and then focus on them. The ANC has been in power for more than 15 years and nothing has happened in 15 years. So if this is the platform to raise each and every concerns without holding back, then we will raise those concerns, Chair. Chair, and another thing that we need to understand, that whatever that we're harvesting for right now, whatever that we're laboring for right now, it is for the youth. So if the president thinks that we as the youth, we're going to get into the same environment and pay the very same tax that is killing our parents, then he must be completely delusional. It is not a secret. It is not a secret. It is a fact that can never be changed in history, that the government is ineffective and corrupt. How are we as the youth supposed to trust these people with this very same dialogue? Right now we've raised so many issues, but the only thing that was aligned there at top was unity. How is unity going to solve the issue of unemployment? How is unity going to solve the issue of inequality? The only thing we need right now is effective leadership in the government. If they are failing, let them choose people who is going to represent South Africa very well. When the youth of the June 16 fought, they did not fight for this.
The time has passed. Thank you, Speaker. Can I call for order? Can I call for order, please? Can I call for order? Can I please call for order within the room? Thank you. I will recognize the block in the middle of the room now. Mekas, I know your hand was up and behind you, so I'll take those two hands. I'd recognize the speakers before. I do recognize that there's another hand. I will start with them and return. Can we please have a microphone? Yes, the mic will be passed to you. You are the second speaker.
Molweni nonke bethuni. Igama lam ndinguNomboniso Gasa. I stand here not on behalf of the EPG. I stand here as a citizen of this country. Okokuqala, I need to correct this. The EPG did not design the methodology. So we are not imposing anything or guiding anything so far. We did not design the methodology. Chair, I am hoping that the proposals that are coming up here will inform how the roadmap and other processes are unfolding. So in that spirit, as a citizen of this country, I would like to make the following points. And please tell me when I'm abusing the time and then just cut me off. Okokuqala, the roadmap. We need to ensure that the roadmap is informed by the special and the demographic realities of this country. Unkosi Umama from Edalindyebo has already indicated this. So the idea that only 3 words cannot work from the part of rural South Africa in the Eastern Cape where I come from. So we need to adapt the roadmap. And the adaptation of the roadmap is not a nice to add. Actually, it is fundamental to the roadmap. Secondly, the methodology. I appreciate the work that has gone into developing a methodology that can ensure that we have a framework of how we're going to interact with each other. But again, ndinengxaki nale methodology. Andimboni umamfene in the way we were talking yesterday. I cannot see the women and men of my village in the way that roadmap was that is structured. So I would like to suggest that the roadmap is taken as a guide, but also you adapt it. That it is adaptable, that we do not follow it rigidly, and we realize that there are cultures and forms of expression in this country that are very important, and they will help us in getting people's experiences as we want them. No, that's fine. I do want to talk about the age thing. Indeed, I'm in my late 50s, knocking on 60, and on the departure hall to the world of the ancestors. However, I would like to believe that there are experiences that older South Africans have that can help us here. So we need a balance in ensuring that the future charts the way forward. Because to be honest with you, the future that we're charting, I won't be here. It's your future. but at the same time, we build on the work that has happened. Everything so far in these last 2 days has been very young people dominated, and that's fine. But we should make sure that the roadmap includes older South Africans, because there are experiences and views there that are important. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can ask for just a minute before the next speaker, just for the switchover. Okay, you may go ahead. Can I please ask for order?
Is it on? Okay. Sanbonani, igama lami uLungile Peacewith Maquba.
Xolo Lungile. Can I please ask for order? I cannot hear the speaker.
Thank you. My preferred name is Peace, and my pronouns are they, them. I am from an organization called Iranti, and I am a representative of the intersex community in Africa. And the intersex community, for those who do not know, are a very marginalized group. Intersex people are people born outside of the binary in terms of sex characteristics, meaning that it is people that do not fit the binary mold of male or female. And not many people know about this, not many people are aware of this, and this is why I am very honored and privileged to be here to represent the intersex community. The intersex community faces challenges from childbirth, and so I do not know whether to put intersex issues under youth and children, because it does not necessarily fit perfectly into the LGBTQI space. However, it does for intersex adults. Intersex children Can I?
Order. Can I kindly call for order? Could I please call for order? Can I please call for order? I would like to recognize His Excellency the Acting President of the Republic of South Africa and continue with the speaker.
Thank you. I would like to repeat again which community I serve. I am working for the intersex community. The intersex community are the people that are born outside of the binary based on their sex characteristics. So it is visible for some intersex people at birth who are born with ambiguous genitalia, who are then forced to pick a binary. Parents are coerced to pick a binary for the children, which is intersex genital mutilation. And the other, there are many issues that intersex people face, and I would like to call on everyone in the room to address and come to me if you would like to include intersex into your programmatic work, because this affects children, this affects teenagers in schools who get bullied because other intersex people start to show that they're intersex at puberty, and that is when your body develops into menstrual cycle and all that other stuff. So some intersex people's bodies develop differently, and then they go through bullying, and then they drop out of school because of the harmful behavior
Speaker,
that they
can
experience.
I please cut you off? I've
Thank
given you more time because of the interruption. I now have a very tough task because the hands in this block have been raised for a very long time. So I'm going to ask for the indulgence of the room to take 4 speakers from this row, as they have really been there since the beginning and been patient with us. If you will allow me as your chair, we will proceed with 4 hands and then we'll close this round. Baba, you've been waving at me, I recognize you. Black and grey shirt. Yes, thank you. Baba, there at the back, in the middle of the row, I recognize you as the second speaker. Can I have the speaker in the third row from the front with the glasses as the third speaker? And then can I please have the speaker in front here with the beanie as the fourth speaker? I recognize, of course, that there are many of you who would like to speak. We will have to try and figure out a modality for another round. Okay, can I please start with the first speaker?
Thank you very much.
Can you please give me 1 second? I'm just trying to check what the issue is.
I mean, really, my colleague here at SEPO has been raised. He has raised his hand for a very long time. So you took 2 speakers from there, and then again you took the second round, and then you are here. And then, I mean, really, he has been raising his hand for a very long time. So please accommodate him.
I appreciate the issue that is being raised by the speaker. I did recognize him in the previous round, and I'm aware that his hand has been up. In order to keep order in the room, I have to follow the sequence of the room. So please allow me a few more minutes, and I will come back to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, family, and greetings, Angel. Thank you for the amazing job you're doing. And I wish I could have spoken in my own language, but it was taken away 400 years ago. But let me continue with the Western. I greet and acknowledge each and every one in this room, even those who are not here. Thank you, and my deepest condolences to the Bishop's family. My name is Marshall Nelson. I'm a founder of Youth Media Movement. I work in the education space. I work nationally with young people in aviation, drone, STEM, and safety awareness, and I've engaged extensively with communities across provinces. I fully appreciate the importance of sectorial representation of the steering committee, and it brings depth and expertise. I would like to propose that we also include, it was mentioned, but I just want to highlight it again, provincial representatives. The value of this is while sectors reflect thematic priorities, provinces reflect geographic and contextual realities. The same sector often faces very different challenges, like in Limpopo compared to where I'm from, Western Cape. Including provincial voices would ensure our dialogue outcomes are grounded in live realities, and it also strengthen the link between national decisions and local implementation. This isn't about replacing or diluting sectoral voices, but complementing them with provincial perspectives so that together we build a process that is both representative and practical. I love you all. Thank you.
I recognize the speaker in the middle of the row at the back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Thank you, sir. My name is Sihle Mieni. I am a South African citizen, ordinary South African citizen. I believe that we are having this conversation because of the nomination of the steering committee. And I truly believe that we cannot have a committee that is based on sectoral basis. People who should be in a committee should be able to represent everyone. And the terms of reference, I'm not sure about the committee, but I truly believe that it is about steering the dialogue itself and not represent a certain sector. I myself, all the sectors that were there affect me one way or the other. I truly believe that we should be representing, looking at the logistics. Every province, if not every district, if not every municipality, to be represented so that it would be easy to facilitate this dialogue as per wards, as per district and everything else. And during this dialogue, that is when we are going to have all the sectors represented. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear fellow South Africans. My name is Dion Klutter. I work in the research community and think tank community. I represent
my apologies, Dion, if you could please hold the mic closer.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dion Klutter. I represent the research and think tank community, specifically the South African Institute of International Affairs, as well as Stellenbosch University. My questions relate to the word that we keep on hearing throughout this whole process. How was the process designed? How was it constituted? Although we see that the pre-national dialogue community has been formed, how was it formed, how was it selected, and how can we make sure that as we move along, we actually contribute to this process in a clear, concise, and transparent manner to increase the opportunity for everybody in South Africa to better understand how the process will unfold. Then also, there has been a rather, although I don't mind the eminent persons group, what I think is that could have also been more participatory in the way it was constructed, and that all South Africans could have had the opportunity to have a say in how that process unfolded. Moving forward, we have the opportunity to, rather than a forced process leading to the roadmap, we gave feedback yesterday on the modalities and the process design. Was that process feedback taken on, and in what ways can we still have the opportunity to kindly have serious input in the research process, design, and methodologies going forward, so that each and every South African can be heard? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please have the final speaker in that block?
My name is Lutando Mtlane from the Northwest, from the district Ibizwa Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, from the municipality Ibizwa Devakutan Pakame, but I read the rules mole. No one spoke about Hore Eme, but it's fine, Keta Ema. No, it's fine. It's fine. From the JB Max municipality. Please, you can call me comrade because of I understand the comrade is a community, a friend. So you are my friend. You can call me a comrade. We are having an issue. I'm having I'm an usher. And then it's a problem for me because of I'm a delegate in this dialogue. So we song from the JB Max CPWA into Ibizwa and Asha. And then secondly, I would like to applaud this community. You must not tell us about the love letter you were given about the acting president. I think Ibizwa Lihlazo. And then I would like to thank the person who advised into comrade to he must come back because for us not everyone lives at districtini or opila nationally or opila regionally. We are all from the local municipality. Now I'm saying these things because I've heard a lot of speakers saying this thing cannot be from bottom or up or njanjani, but sonke, we are from the local municipalities and we are here as delegates. So to wrap up, if ever we are going for nomination as a delegate or as a interim committee, can we please go for by province? We are from which province, and then the geographical spread now.
I think
Thank you.
Thank you. I now have a very difficult task. It's that when I look at the time, we had allocated 2 hours, and it took us 2 hours to hear the speakers across the room. But I equally recognize that there are many speakers who had their hands up in the first round. And so I'm just trying to devise a modality that will allow comfort and also participation. So I would just like you to give me a moment to have some water, to chat with my colleagues, and I will come back with a way forward. If we can please just do a 2-minute break.
Chairperson. Bopa, comrade. Chairperson, can we come back?
Can I please have order in the room? Can I please have order in the room? Can I ask those of you who are standing to either exit the venue or take your seats? Can I ask all those standing to either exit the venue or take your seats?
Chairperson, can I propose?
Can I please recognize you once you've been recognized? I cannot have you speak while I'm speaking. We are respecting each other.
Yeah, let's do that.
Can I call for order in the room, please? I recognize that there are a number of hands. I see that there is someone trying to speak immediately, and I have also said that I am trying to figure out a modality to allow others to be heard while also being observant of time. So if you will allow me, I will start with my feedback, and then I will take hands as necessary. I am not in Parliament, so I don't use exigency. I will move ahead with the proposal. My proposal is as follows to the House. I recognize that there are several people that still have inputs to make. I equally recognize that this session should have come to a close at 12:30, and the time on my watch now is 12:20. I further recognize that we have many people in the room who need nourishment, and lunchtime is fast approaching. I equally recognize that we have many discussions that need to take place before we depart this afternoon. So I would like to just share a proposal. I will again, as I think I have been fair in this process, invite feedback to what I am proposing. It is just a proposal. My proposal is as follows: that we allow for another 20 minutes of pointed questions and answers. And when I ask a speaker to stop speaking, if this is the modality that we use, they should immediately desist. In the second instance, my recommendation is going to be that after that round of questions, we move to the lunch time, just in the interest of nourishment and comfort. I would then request that the lunch time be shortened to 45 minutes instead of 1 hour. This might mean that because the lines are long, that others will not return speedily. But why I am recommending this modality is so that we have more time to speak to one another. I would also like to recommend, on the basis of many inputs that have been made here, something that might be contentious. I apologize in advance. But my recommendation is that we defer the steering committee process that was designed for now, so that when you split into your rooms, you discuss a preferred modality for the selection of the steering committee. With that said, if my proposals are acceptable to the room, I will take no more than 10 speakers in this round. Unfortunately, it will have to be at my discretion who those speakers are, and so I ask you also to bear with me. I will not get to everyone. I'm going to recognize then from this side of the room, the hand on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, second row from the back, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I will only see 12 hands in this round. I have apologized in advance, and I do understand that we would all like to be heard, but in the interest of time, I'm going to keep this round short. Speakers, I remind you that if I stop you, please do not get upset with me.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Metoko Nogape from an organization called Buambasadi from Free State. We are a civil society organization that is fighting the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in our province. The issue here, Chair, since yesterday, I didn't hear any mentioning a lot of this small booklet that is called the Constitution. We are sitting here today because of the challenges that we have here in this Constitution, because it is failing us as women in this country. We are tired because of the perpetrators that are victimizing us on daily basis, and this small booklet, it is protecting them. Secondly, Chair, we are saying as Buambasadi, government, the Honorable President and the Cabinet, they must revisit this Constitution. And we are saying as Buambasadi, they are saying the abolishment of the death penalty. We are saying as Buambasadi, enough is enough. Our girls are missing in our province. Someone is busy kidnapping our children. Our beautiful, innocent children and women are being murdered in our province.
Thank you,
so
Speaker.
enough is enough. Thank you very much.
Can I please go to the next speaker?
Thank you very much. My name is Justice Cosmos Mota. I would love to say good morning, everybody. And I would love to say royal greetings to the royal family, all the queens and kings and the princess and the prince. We recognize you.
I apologize, Speaker, if you can please pause for a moment.
Okay,
can I please call for order in the room?
Thank you very much. We also acknowledge the government here. We are from South African Concerned Citizens. I'm representing COSAU, which is the Confederation of South African Unity. What we are asking for unity, and what we are saying, we are appreciating this process of this national dialogue, which is a process of rebuilding and healing the nation. What our concern is, it is for us to can be able to rebuild, we must know who distracted. For us to can be able to heal, we must be able to know who has hurt or who has brought the ills. So we are about addressing the social ills of South Africa. And then what we are saying is we are here as guests, but we are willing to participate only when the crucial issues are being addressed in this country.
Thank you,
which
Speaker.
is the invasion of South Africa by illegal foreigners, which
Thank
is
you,
the safety
Speaker.
of the country, and also the deaths of the people. Thank you.
Can I please move to the third speaker at the back of the same block?
Thank you, Chair. This is a masterclass on facilitation, so thank you for this. I just want to raise the importance in the list of sectors that we need to have a sector dedicated to technology. We speak about it as a solution to a lot of our problems, but I think it needs to be included in terms of dialogue. We need to go into communities. I've built technology for humanitarian settings for the past 15 years. We need to understand what it means to make technology accessible, how it can solve problems for people who are in violent situations, how we can build safer, more connected communities, how we can democratize education through the things that are available with technology, and how we can ensure ensure that we are part of the conversations in technology, that our languages and our cultures are included. Because if we don't do that, we are going to hit a digital genocide in the future, where as South Africans, we will not be included. But I think we can't keep speaking about the utilization of technology if it's not included in this dialogue to understand what access means to citizens of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please have the next speaker in the back?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Shanmugam from the South African Hindu Mahasabha. Mine is just a comment on the steering committee. I think, a lot of us here, we are aware of the issues that South Africa faces. To have a dialogue now, we're going to do it again next year, we're going to do it again for the next 10 years. Us here in this room, we can talk endlessly. Myself even, you leave me, I'll talk to you till next year. But my comment in terms of the steering committee is just simply, if we want to actually see action beyond this dialogue, can we please have the RCL member or that student who was speaking there lead that steering committee? Because the rest of us will talk and no action will actually happen. When she spoke, the deputy president came back. But if it was any of us, he was going to come back next year.
Thank you. I recognize the next speaker. Can I please call for order in the room? Can I please call for order? Can I please call for order? Thank you.
Long live the acting president, deputy president for coming back. Long live. No, comrades, we want to propose. We have seen there, we are supporting what was proposed, but in Nedlek, we have 4 constituencies. We have seen Labour is included there, government is included. There are 2 sectors that are not included, which is community constituents and business. So we are asking them to be included. But we also want to propose that on our side, that we are not all here because we're just giving a small number of 3 people, 5 people, that we are allowed to meet on our own, not today, not to meet today, but we meet because we do things based on the mandate. We meet on the other day and then we decide who should represent us. So I represent that community constituents, but also we also civic. So we just want to request that we be allowed an opportunity to meet and then we will submit, not today. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Can I please come to the 6th speaker who I know will need some translation support? So I'm not sure how we proceed. If I can please be advised so that we can come to the next speaker. Okay. There's a mic behind you. Okay. Please go ahead, speaker.
Thank you, Program Director, for giving me the opportunity to express myself. Chair.
Can I please ask for a pause?
I feel like you do not respect me because as soon as I started speaking, you attended another person. Can I ask for a bit of respect? So if a deaf person speaks, we want to be included and be respected as well, and I find that not acceptable. So for 1 hour, I have been waiting to be recognized, and I feel like it's not fair as a deaf community and a disabled community to be not allowed the opportunity to express ourselves. If I'm not welcome, please allow me to leave, honestly.
Can I call for order in the room? Can I call for order?
No.
Can I call for order in the room?
Here. For 1 hour, I have been waiting to express myself on the important issues that we are experiencing as the
Can I
as
please
the
ask
deaf
you to
community.
pause? Can I call for order?
I'm just being honest.
Can I please call for order?
Everyone is speaking besides me. But why are we here? Why is this a national dialogue? I've been raising my hand for like the many rounds that you've been appointing people. Also, as a deaf person, we needed to be allocated a little bit more time because there's a slight lag time where the interpreter is interpreting, and to allow us to speak, it should be more than 1 minute because we are differently abled. It's honestly not acceptable for us to be recognized. Please take us seriously. This is a platform for everyone to express themselves, and we require that opportunity as well. So if we are not allowed, just allow us to leave, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please call for order? Can I please call for order? I would like to...
So what should be done next? Should I sit down? You allow me the opportunity to express myself?
Yes, please be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please call for order in the room? Can I please call for order in the room? Can I please call for order in the room? I would like to apologize as the chair of this session for not recognizing the speaker sooner. I think if I can reiterate that this is a citizen-led process and all citizens should be heard. I would also like to appreciate that everybody has an urgency in what they are trying to deliver in this room. And so while I am deeply apologetic, I had set out the modality of engagement before we started. And so this was not intentional. I recognize the frustration and I apologize for it. And I kindly request that we then move on as decided. In the interest of time, then, can I please go to our seventh speaker? If you could please just remind me, I lost track of my count.
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you. If I could please have order.
Chairperson, thank you. Just to recognize that you have been more generous than the process you had outlined. And this is not, in line with the speaker you have recognized to speak. When we started, you said that we will have an hour. You gave us 2 hours on this matter. Furthermore, Chair, the issues that colleagues had raised that needed to be attended to in the proposals that have been made, and in your last proposal on what we need to do, I think they've been well accommodated. Part of this process is that other people are going to go. And when that time comes, we don't want to have people saying that the process ended without them being given the time. So we owe it to ourselves that we need to begin, but we also need to have a time to end, more so that you have been a generous chair. So I'll respectfully ask if other colleagues who want to speak, to allow us to have that lunchtime that you spoke about so that we come back and finish without others having to rush to proceed, Chair. So my proposal is, after recognizing the speaker you have allowed, that we then take a pause and then come back to conclude the other processes that you have made provision, even for those steering committee, to further refine themselves in terms of how they are constituted. Thank you, Chair.
Speaker. Could I kindly ask for the 8th speaker to go ahead? Kindly assist me. If I have recognized you, please take the floor.
Chairperson.
Number 8. Can I please go this side? I did not recognize you, Speaker. So this was number 8. Number 8 is there. Can I kindly get a microphone to speaker number 8 on this side of the room?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
I kindly request, if I have not recognized you as number 8, please do not speak at this time. I'm trying to follow the order. I have just lost the place of where the speaker was. So if you were not recognized, please do not speak. Thank you. I have recognized you. Number 8 was there. I had recognized there. Yes. In the interest of time, can I please have the support of the usher to remove the mic and take it to the speaker?
Thank you, usher.
I apologize. I did not recognize the current speaker. And because I did not recognize you, I would humbly request that you allow the process to proceed as outlined. Can we please proceed with the speaker as I've identified?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
But I was number 8, Chair. And you pointed me out a long time
Chair,
ago.
Okay, can I just resolve this issue quickly? Can I please then have the order? I seem to have lost place of number 8 and 9, so I will recognize you as 8 and 9 respectively, and then we'll move on.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, my name is Jaftam Neisa. I'm come from Civil Society, Unmuted Coalition of South Africa, as well as the National Chair for South African Association for Early Childhood Development. I believe that we agree with the interim structure. However, I'll move forward to say there must be provincial leads that will help to coordinate provinces and mobilize sectors. And then from the word of approach in terms of the vastness of the words, the approach could be VD-based, so that I understand the words are not the same and some words are very vast. However, if we can have an approach of VD, we can reach more people. Can we combine education and academia together and have research as a standalone? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we please go to the speaker that I've recognized as 9? I do see the speaker in white. I see that you have stood. I will recognize you thereafter. I apologize. I lost track of where we were counting.
Apology accepted.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we please protect the speaker?
Appreciate. Thank you, Chair. Chair, yesterday we broke into groups, and my expectation for today was that from those breakaway sessions, we will report to the plenary and then debate the issues at hand. It has never happened. My group was actually speaking about crime and corruption, and it was never picked up this morning from that report that were given here, which I think it was totally unfair. You know, in that group, we, among other things, we said that crime and corruption is an element, is an elephant in the room for South Africa. We are suffering because of crime and corruption. And these things are not adequately addressed by our government. And then you are saying, if perhaps we could have allowed the Zondo Commission report to be implemented, perhaps there could have been no time for us to be here. Now, our worry is that it will be this convention, another convention, and another convention. And when you look at the people that are here, they are the people that are the elite. And our people down there in the rural areas and stuff like that are not represented here. Lastly, I want to warn that this process must not be corrupted. Because in South Africa, we are known for a lot of corruption. Even this, kufana nomshumayeli esithi yekeni into ethile ningayenzi sanozitya impuku kanti emlonyeni wakhe kuvela umsila wempuku. We don't want that situation. Then therefore we are begging into ba lo mcimbi we-crime and corruption must be in the center.
Thank you, Speaker.
Masibize into bana izondo commission mayivunyelwe iyenze la report yayo so that South Africa can move forward. Siyacela nabaphathi bethu basiphulaphule. I also noticed into ba apha kuthathwa
Mfundisi, can I please ask that you pause there?
Enkosi, ndiyayivala ke ngoku. Kodwa kwa i-minutes siyazifuna zale convention.
I struggle to stop elders when they're speaking. I do apologize. Can we please go to the next speaker? Mama, I recognize the speaker next to you. If you are in agreement,
Yeah,
then you
we're
can.
in agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, South Africa. Thank you, Chair. My name is Luungo Fruti Masire. I am a professional theater and television actress. Today, as we're sitting here, I'm very happy to have this opportunity because a lot of us, a lot of South Africans watch us on television on a daily basis as freelance actors. But you, as South Africans, do not know the fact that we are not receiving our royalties. So for years, we've seen a lot of actors dying, and we will be donating money, we'll be laughing at them. But the problem with our government is that they do not want to take this matter seriously and regulate our industry. For example, musicians are getting their royalties, but for us, we will be acting, you will be seeing us in front of the screen, but the people who are benefiting are the producers at the back. On top of that, we as women, as freelance actors in South Africa, we are getting low rates, mainly because we are women. Our Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, also that policy document needs to be scrutinized by the artists on the ground so that it can actually reflect what we as artists need in South Africa. It's so sad for us to be going to school and becoming professional actors, but then we have nothing to show for it when we die. We would love to pave the way for these young actors that we just saw on the stage, for them to know that this is a career that they can make a living out of. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize the next speaker. The next speaker, to the best of my knowledge, is the last. 12. 12 was here in front. No, I definitely remember this being my last speaker on this side. Okay. Thank you. Can I please have order? Can I please have order? Can you please take your seat? I was very specific in the interest of time and the movement of this program that we would only recognize 12 speakers. I equally recognize that I made a mistake in not noting down where they were. I'm not going to be taken advantage of as your chair. So I will recognize the final speaker here and we will close the process. Okay. There has been some consensus. We will recognize the speakers that I've recognized, and I will come back to you. Please go ahead.
All right. Just as Enzio gets some briefing, can we have the 12th speaker on platform, and then we'll pause for what's going to happen next. May we have our 12th speaker? Colleagues, can I just ask for all of us to respect the session? I think I completely understand. Yes. Okay. can I have a moment to recognize what might have happened? I think that we do recognize, yes, and we understand, sir. I think you're not the only one who's frustrated right now. May I ask for order in the room? I think as Anzio would say, may we just have a bit of order in the room? If we call all settled down, no, sir, I completely understand your issue. No, we understand your issue and it's been captured. Can we just have some order in the room so that we can have a level of clarity as to how we're going to carry on going forward? No, it does. It does. It does need clarity because there's an order of how things need to happen. And if it breaks down here, it will break down for the rest of the session. And I think everyone has taken great strain to know we understand. And we understand sincerely. Okay, maybe, perhaps can I... Okay. Sure. May I... Okay, so can we just recognize what might have happened just now? Because once more, because there's a breakdown in the system, there's a breakdown in the whole conversation. Sincerely, we recognize when that there is frustration, and it's fair frustration in some instances, but I think the whole room has sacrificed a lot. There's many people who've wanted to speak, and there's many people whose points are perhaps even more salient than what we could think of in this moment right now. However, we are all sacrificing to have this program move along and to have this one meeting produce something that will actually be impactful for the country. So I'm going to ask that, yes, I completely recognize that a mistake might have happened, and I completely recognize that there might have been an issue that occurred. But I'm also going to ask that we completely recognize that in the one mistake, there are many other voices that would have liked to come through right now. So in the interest of that, can we please I'm going to take the last hand that, as was pointed out by Anzio. And then 2, I've heard that there's general consensus, and I think that it's something that should be taken into account as a citizen-led process, that there's a member of the deaf community who hasn't been recognized. Given the absence of people living with disabilities, perhaps adding to this process on an ongoing basis, let us please have that as the last hand. I'm also going to, once more, I'm going to ask comrades, colleagues,
Can I call for order? Comrades, can I please call for order? Can I please call for order? Sorry. Can I please call for order? I'm going to propose a solution. Can I please propose a solution? 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 If I can ask for order in the room. If I can ask for order in the room. If I could please ask for order in the room. Can I please recognize in the first instance the frustration and that the speaker would like to speak? I understand that he is impassioned and so he should be allowed the opportunity to do so. I recognize that I was at fault for not taking heed of who I had noted in the previous round. But what we cannot stand for is to have a woman, a young black woman, being spoken to in that fashion. So as we proceed, can we please have order? Can we please have order? Can we please have order? In the interest of time, can I please call the room to order? Can I please call the room to order? Can I please call the room to order? I recognize the frustration in the room. I am about to say how to proceed, if I can please be allowed. I will recognize the speaker who was disgruntled by not being recognized. Let me start there. Can I please finish and then I will hear the interventions. In the first instance, again, I would like to apologize. This was my mistake. In the second instance, I would like to recognize the speaker who I did point out in the previous round. In the third, I will then come back. I do recall recognizing the speaker in the second last row here. I will then recognize in the final instance the speaker who is frustrated. But before the speaker speaks, I would kindly request that you apologize for the manner in which you addressed the person on the stage. I equally recognize that there was a problem of non-recognition and that it was unfair not to recognize the speaker as there was a count. I appreciate that. But we simply cannot, in a process like this, disrespect one another. And so I would like to ask that if you do not want to apologize, that you forgo the opportunity to speak. I will then hand over to the chair, and I really call for decorum. We have a young black woman speaker, and we have just spoken about an issue of women and recognition of women. We simply cannot allow this to go ahead here. Thank you. We are going to bring back the chair. I'm going to step aside, and I'm going to request the next speaker to speak. Sir, I recognized you and I will come back to you, but I will not do so now because I've pointed out a way forward. I would like to try and close the session. Everybody's point now is an exigent point. So I ask you just to bear with us that we finish this round of speakers. I will then recognize you and close the session. I'm here.
The chairperson. The chairperson. I should think now I'm audible enough. Being out of the very same frustration that we have, people had it for a very long time. And this is the year of doing it or die. That is the problem. And if we're not fixing the solutions of how we handle this, it will be a problem of all of us. I do not even see my introduction to know who I am being an important thing. But what I wanted to say is, I wanted to point on the matter there or sector that is governance and rights of the people. It has been too long that we don't understand that the government is not only the government that we have as indigenous people. I am indigenous monarch. I've been crowned and groomed for my 60 years in training and understanding what means by indigenous people. I am incarnation of King Tau from Tau, and I understand that the recognition that has been long past, even before 1933, when the colonizers take.
I'm very sorry, I'd have to stop you just because of the timing. My apologies. Thank you. Can we have the your last two speakers? Yes, sir. Just to recognize that a time lag has been noted within the community just because of the interpretation, so I'm going to give 1 minute and 30 seconds. You may begin.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So, I see that the house is calmer now. What I wanted to say is nothing deep, just a few points. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to say something. What I wanted to say is quite simple, that in future, to cater for deaf people, you need to make sure that with the time allocations as well, you know that an interpreter is needed, so you need to add the time for the lag time for the interpreter to capture whatever that needs to be said. So we all know that South African Sign Language has now been made official. So I need the interpreter to read something for me in the interest of time. What I wanted to say, the interpreter can just read it out for me. So Mr. Tsepo is from the Presidential Working Group on Disability, and what he has handed me is a letter concerning or regarding the exclusion of the disability sector in the upcoming national dialogue. So the letter reads, we, the members of the Presidential Working Group on Disability, write to express our deep concern regarding the lack of meaningful inclusions of persons with disability in the planning and leadership structures of the upcoming national dialogue and its eminent persons group. While we commend the vision behind the dialogue to foster unity, social cohesion, and a renewed social compact, we are disheartened that voices from the disability sector appear to have been excluded from the process, save for two individuals, though we recognize the inclusion of Mia Liru, Miss South Africa 2024, a proud deaf woman and the first deaf woman to hold the title, and honor the achievement of Khotatso Mojane, a celebrated athlete and disability advocate, we must stress that individual representation, no matter how commendable, does not amount to meaningful or representative participation of the disability sector. It risks reducing. Yeah, so stop.
May I please stop you there? I'm sorry. For the interest of time. Thank you very much. There was the gentleman who was unrecognized, and I think just to go back, and I want to note, for the sake of the national dialogue, it is very humiliating that a man had to step in to get this conversation in order. And so in light of what the male presenting individual next to me said, if you are not willing to apologize, please do sit down, then we'll carry on with the session.
No,
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The House, my name is Alfred Ofenze Macheke. I am the only president of Disabled Youth South Africa in South Africa. I am the deputy chairperson youth of the Disabled People South Africa.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, I'm in a very desperate position. I'd like you to start with what has been requested, and if you're not willing to, please do forgo this opportunity.
Should I apologize first before I introduce myself? No problem. As I was going to the apology after the introduction, comrades, colleagues,
once more, I'm going to ask us not to howl. Can we just let this moment happen? It's very important for what's going to go ahead.
Comrades and colleagues, as I am allowed to continue speaking, we are, as the disability sector, we are people of...
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Can I allow to speak?
No,
okay,
it's
fine.
all right. No,
okay.
It's all right.
Okay.
No, I think it's okay.
Okay.
No, colleague.
Let me put it this way.
No, colleague.
Let me give it to you the way you want it.
No. Please do sit down. No.
The apology should be sincere.
No.
The apology should be sincere.
And I understand
sincerity is recognizing your mistakes.
No.
I am trying to recognize my mistakes and apologize so that we can continue, comrades.
Sir,
we are wasting time. I didn't disagree to apologize. I am apologizing sincerely as a humble citizen of South Africa.
Comrades,
and a person with this.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask that the rest of us have order. I'm going to ask that we isolate the issue. Colleagues, I'm going to ask that we isolate the issue, that the rest of the meeting have order, or else we will all descend into the madness we are seeing here. The meeting is going to descend into madness. Please, can we all... No, ma'am, I hear you. I hear everyone. I'd like to be excused first of all. I think we must be very careful of our languaging, and I don't think madness should be the word that I should have used right now. I do think that if we all descend in this meeting, the whole point will be lost. Can we please isolate the issue? Sir, we were asked for one thing, and you've done an introduction, and you've done a context, and I don't think that is going to be good enough for the House. If you're not, can I be listened to right now? If you're not willing to come out as a first stop without an intro, with an apology, not only to me but to the House, please sit down or rather leave. There's only two options. I don't think it is right. I don't think it's respectful to this House to subject us to a long speech when we've asked for one thing and you yourself recognize that your behavior was not acceptable. So if you can just start with that, and if you're not willing, and this is the last opportunity, please leave.
To the House and the organizers of this beautiful event, I sincerely apologize and humbly apologize. Am I allowed?
Okay, colleagues, I understand your anger. I think the gentleman has apologized. And I also think let's also factor in that there's many things that happened here that many of us are not aware of. And I don't want to take this platform to try and shame anyone or to make any community uncomfortable. The apology has been rendered, and I'm going to ask, as the person offended and part of the community offended, that we move from this point. Please and thank you. You're on platform. You may speak. You have your 1 minute.
No, thank you very much. As I've introduced myself, one of the points that I wanted to raise is that majority of our country people, like as we were discussing inside the Constitutional Committee, is that we don't go deep and read. And that's why majority of our young people and our community are not able to understand certain things or to be aware of certain things. Now, I'm going to refer this to the steering committee information that was sent to us. The sectors that were outlined are main sectors that are supposed to direct us. But we know very well that within a sector, there's a subsector. Now, I'm saying to the House, instead of saying we're requesting additional sectors, we should say within women's sector, the sex workers sector. Now, can we go, I'm giving an example, can we go into women's sector and say, can we be allowed, as the information given to us allowed us that we can add either 3 people if we want, it's our discretion. Can we say we will have a subsector?
Thank you very much, sir. Your 1 minute is up. Thank you very much. All right. Colleagues, we just make way for our last speaker. I'm told that we have a last speaker, and then we will move on to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that we are the last because I'm Mehleketo Khosa from Limpopo Older Persons Forum as well as South African Older Persons Forum. We are so happy to have this dialogue as older persons because we have been waiting for it. We are the people that are abused not only by communities but by also the government. When we retired, we lost all the independence. So as older persons, we have everybody. You know, we have been through apartheid. We are still in this democratic government. So we have skills. Actually, there's no one who is not there in our sector.
Ndate, I'm going to have to stop you
We
there.
are saying,
Sir,
with proper love.
Ndate Kakopa, I just want to stop you there. It's just
please,
your 1 minute mark has been
put
hit.
the last sentence.
And that it's
No,
just
it's
that
okay,
everyone
it's
has
okay,
been
it's okay.
given 1 minute.
We are saying.
No, sir, Ndate Kakopa.
We
It's
are
just that
saying.
everyone has been given 1 minute. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to note the point, and if you want to speak further outside, let's do that.
Okay.
But can we just close this for now?
It's a
Thank
pity
you very
that
much.
we could not raise the issue that is very critical.
I'm sorry,
we are
sir.
saying we donate
No,
our time
I understand.
to this exercise.
This is fair. I understand. I think let's close the meeting here. We're breaking for lunches. Colleagues, colleagues, can we just come back to the meeting? Can we just return to the meeting? Thank you very much. Given the views that have been given here, I think we need to I just want to take a moment to consult as to how we can move forward productively. If I can just be excused for 10 seconds, and we'll come back with a proposal, which then we can speak to together. Is this all right? Thank you very much. Testing? Testing? Oh, perfect. Thank you. So there's two, colleagues, if you just return, thank you. There's two proposals on the table. We can either go into our breakout sessions, noting the questions that have been put on the table and the issues of modality that have been consistent all around the roadmap, what needs to be responded to as a rapid response, so on and so forth. We can go into these sessions and defer lunch to when we've all ventilated the issues within ourselves and then report back post, or we can go to lunch and then go to these breakout sessions and go and see how we're moving from there. So that option one is we go into our breakout sessions now, we ventilate the issues, and then we defer lunch for a bit later. Or option two, we go into lunch now and then go into the sessions later for us to break down these issues. I'm going to take this by a show of hands. For anyone who wants option one, please raise your hand. Option one, just as a reminder, please can we just return to the meeting? Can we just return? I understand this is a lot, but if you can just have some order in the room, thank you very much. So option one, once more, we go to our breakout sessions now and speak about the issues that have been raised here, ventilate them and come up with a view, which means deferring lunch for later, or we go to lunch now and have those meeting post. Option one is a deferred, no, we're not going to shout, please. The loudest voice can't be the prevailing voice. Please, just as a principled issue, let's all speak to the issue together. Option one, we defer lunch and speak now. Please raise. Option two, we go to lunch and come back. All right, okay, no, colleagues, please, we're almost there. This just needs a little bit of ground rule so that we all come back to the same meeting. Lunch will be 45 minutes beginning now, meaning by 2 o'clock everyone should be seated here and ready to go to their sessions.
Can I please make a logistical announcement before we leave? There is a logistical announcement. The lunch will be in the same vicinities as they were, facilities rather, as they were yesterday. But there is an additional lunch facility. If you would like to go to that facility, which will be emptier, you can get on a bus that will take you to the facility and come back on that same bus. Please, can I recognize the speaker that was coming?
That's what this is the briefing ends with. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It is what it is now. We'll see who comes back after lunch and what we do with that. Yes. Pull hard.
So, okay, Glenn told me about this as well. But also in the breakout session, we are able to take it.
Sorry, it's very sad that we wanted to put up a very serious case.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
I'm sorry,
if you have been very kind to allow economy,
it's the dynamics of all the young, so we are all exploring.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's good. So, no, I was just saying, I'm not saying